Stefan Wul Terminus, 1 collection anticipation, 1959 editions, Fleuve Noir. 69. Boulevard Saint-Marcel, Paris 13. Reproduction and translation, even partial, prohibited. All rights reserved for all countries including the USSR and Scandinavian countries. First Party, Chapter 1. 3 players had spread their cards on the grimy table. All 3 were staring at Julius, who hadn't spoken yet. Julius gave a modest, triumphant smile that made his white teeth sparkle under the lamp. Carefully, like stripping an artichoke, he unpeached a card from his hand and threw it, saying, "Son of Gold, I am master of the sun." He chose another card slowly and said again, "The constellation Cygnet, I am master." And then, lowering his third figure, which represented a planet with 7 colorful satellites, "Master everywhere." He swept up the little pile of diamonds that made up the stakes and sent them to the bottom of his pocket. The other 3 had not moved. Their eyes spoke. Their eyes slowly distilled hate and suspicion. One of them wrinkled his eyes, shredded by an old infection caught God knows where on some planet. Another licked his raw lips. He said, "I don't like this guy winning too often, guys. It's going to backfire," Julius thought. He continued to smile as he quietly pulled his feet under his chair so that he could jump at the right moment. To give himself an air of calm, he gathered the cards and shuffled them nonchalantly. "This is my chance," he said. "I can lose everything in 1 turn." But he already knew there wouldn't be a next turn. To distract others, he juggled with the cards, turned the game to an accordion that went from one hand to the other with a rainstorm noise, made wheels, fans. He was quickly thinking, "I'm not going to wait for the attack. It's me who will attack. I start with the big one. It's the most dangerous. I dress myself by turning the table on him. No, he's not right in front of me. That won't work. Finally, it's probably the smallest piece that is most to be feared. I know he has a weapon. Too late, he pinches his lips. His hand descends towards. It's up to me to play." Cards flew out of his hands as if propelled by a spring. The game exploded into a colorful firework display in the face of the others. The surprise effect lasted only a fraction of a second, during which Julius had already been rolled backwards in his chair, while his feet sent the table flying with glasses, lamps, and bottles. And when the little skinny man's gun sent out a whistling purple ray toward the door, Julius was already slipping down the dark staircase, 4 steps at a time. He leaped outside. A second purple ray shot out of a window and fell in a cascade onto the pavement a few steps away from him. Taking to his heels, he ran several times through the night labyrinth of the streets. The others had come out. They were running too. He could hear the sound of their feet bouncing off the haggard walls. Very high up, 2 small pink moons hung in the sky. They threw a delicate light on the ruins of the old quarter. This light bathed the top of cracked walls, outlined gaping porches like mouths, danced deliciously through the prism of blocks of glass, cast halos, frills, and mirages. Julius cursed all these phantoms. It nearly collided with a man in front of it, and swore when he understood that it was his own reflection in the mirror of a metal wall. Breathless, it stopped, mouth agape. Its white teeth flashed like those of a wolf. Ready to attack or flee, its long, flexible body was slightly bent forward. Alert. His arms hung down from his broad shoulders, as dangerous as weapons. Dangerous, yes, he was as dangerous as a hunted animal. If his pursuers had known how close they were, they would have turned back. He suddenly heard them discussing in the night within a few dozen meters. He peered into their conversation and caught some words. "I passed by. Turn around. road blocked by They had the advantage over him of knowing the old district inside out. With an elastic and silent step, Julius walked towards a corner of shadow. To be so close to them, he must have turned round in circles without noticing it. And then the others seemed too sure of themselves. The words his ear had picked up at random spoke of traps. It was better to stop and wait. He waited. The punches of his heart spread slowly in the cage of his ribs as he rested. He leaned against a wall, felt the wall slip away under his back. Surprised, he pushed with his hand into the darkness. The wall was pierced by a door whose wing turned freely. He pushed further and took a step inside. He stepped forward, his hands outstretched, to touch the partitions of a corridor with the tips of his fingers. At the end of the corridor there was light, a very pale halo that became clear as he approached it. He entered an empty room, its ceiling cracked and gaping, offering a view of the sky through 3 levels of twisted I-beams. He climbed the debris slope with caution. Like a cat, he placed his paws on safe spots and climbed in complete silence. He reached the top of the rubble, clasped the metal of a beam stretched above his head, and sat up. He was standing on the beam, at the level of what had been the first floor. He stepped towards a window overlooking another street, and leaned cautiously out to survey the area. He understood why the others were insistent on finding him. From here, an overview clearly showed him the 4 paths he was obliged to take in order to escape from the labyrinth of ruins. His opponents must be keeping watch over the only possible exits. They were sure to hold him to a long-term deadline. The sound of a pebble rolled down the street. He jumped, for a moment fearing he had caused the commotion, and stuck his head in his shoulders. But it was the opponent who had made this mistake. He saw the slim little figure moving slowly along a crumbling sidewalk. Something sparkled in his right fist, a ray tube. Julius smiled. He knew he would get out of this. At the window's edge, his hand clenched around a piece of concrete. He threw it into his palm to appreciate its weight and shape. He set it firmly between thumb and forefinger. His skill at throwing stones had pulled him out of tricky situations more than once. From childhood he cultivated this talent with a sporting pleasure. His arm was a slingshot that rarely missed the most difficult targets. He could have reaped birds in full flight. At 50 meters, on a planet of low gravity, he had stopped the charge of a saw. The Sawak was left standing still, circling with a hard stone lodged in each eye socket instead of eyes, in a storm of shrieks. It was an ugly memory. Julius often woke up in a cold sweat afterwards, in the midst of a nightmare where the Sawk's screams rang in his ears. Although hard, Julius hid beneath his tough guy exterior a great big soft spot for all the suffering and misfortunes of the world. It was his weakness, his Achilles' heel. Necessity had sometimes made him cruel in life, but he always regretted it. When he had the piece of cement in his hand, when he saw the thin silhouette of the opponent at arm's length, he lifted his arm. The projectile was going to rumble and touch the other one's temple with a dull noise. Julius knew it. He could see ahead the pitiable collapse of his pursuer on the sidewalk. He hesitated, and for once his pity served him well. His hesitation gave him time to hear the other's thoughts, and what he heard made him drop his arm. "Can't get out of it, you bastard. The guys are coming," and the rest became confused in Julius's head, but the word guys had a weight, an abundance in the other's thoughts that didn't just apply to 2 men, but to a small group. By the way, weakened by the distance, mental whispers were now reaching Julius, images of manhunt and hatred emitted by a dozen still invisible individuals. All this came to his mind in an instant, and he had barely lowered his arm that other silhouettes arrived at the entrance of the street, guided by the big guy with eyelashes. Julius recognized him by his size. and he also sensed other presences in the other street, the one through which he had arrived, and then some more, a little further away. If Julius had thrown his pebble, he would have jumped, picked up the defeated's weapon, and found himself face to face with a pack of men who would have defeated him in turn. They want my skin, he thought. And all compassion left his hardened heart set. Destroy, destroy, or be destroyed. That was the order of the day. He hunched over, teetering on the narrow beam, and waited. Then he heard thoughts drawing closer. Someone was walking down the corridor. Someone was coming right below him. Maybe I've passed by already. If I see it, Julius turned into a killing machine. He was just a block of primitive and precise instincts and reflexes. The man from the corridor entered the room with the cracked ceiling. He had a weapon in his hand. He raised his eyes. He saw Julius lower his arm, heard a rumbling like the flight of a big insect, and suddenly only saw a large red sun. Then nothing. He collapsed without knowing that he had a piece of concrete lodged between his eyebrows. Julius took a look out the window. The others were too many, too sure of their strength. The sound of their footsteps had covered that of the brief fight in the ruins. Julius hung by his hands and leapt gracefully to the floor. He crouched over the fallen body, turned it over. A blonde wig slipped to one side, revealing the bald skull of the corpse. Julius immediately put it on his head. He searched the dead man's pockets and found a docker's card with the name Steve Nix. He neglected the rest and pulled the body by the arms to an obscure corner. The nearest thoughts made him jump. He turned around and saw a small man. "What do you want?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "I haven't done anything. That noise in the corner, it certainly—" "Halt! You're done, man!" Exclamations came from the surrounding streets. "We've got him!" Who cried out? "It's Charles." "Have you got him, Charles?" Playing his last card, Julius briefly popped his head out of the shadows, just long enough to show off his wig, and then ducked back in again. He blew a rough voice. "Dumbass, it's me, Steve." "Oh," the man shouted. "What the hell are you doing here?" Then he threw at the others. "Mistake, guys! It's Steve! I ran into Steve." He was insulted from afar. "What the hell are you doing here?" he repeated. Julius leaned forward so that only his wig and shoulders emerged from the shadow. "I have a lead," he said. The other man approached and also leaned forward. He received a stunning uppercut to the jaw and tumbled into Julius's arms, who laid him out next to the corpse. Julius retrieved the ray tubes from the two defeated men and slid them into his belt. "So they're all armed," he thought. For a minute or so he stood there, arms hanging, looking around at the room arrangement. Suddenly resolved, he climbed up to the trusses by the slope of the landslide. Without hesitation, he stepped into the window frame. Two men lifted their heads to look at him. They showed no extraordinary reactions, and Julius understood that they were misled by the wig. He spoke in the same rough, controlled voice that had already served him well. "A bunch of idiots," he said. "You're making too much noise. Follow the street over there." "I'm going to make this block with Charles." They nodded in agreement and moved away. Julius repressed a victorious, triumphant laugh and let himself slide down the street. He ran back and lost his wig as he tripped on a loose block in the sidewalk. He heard, "Hey! Oh, damn!" He turned left without looking back into a street, while a purple ray pierced the night behind him. But he knew he had gotten out of the dangerous territory where all roads came back to themselves. The vast city was his, opening up to his wild run. He thought, now My pigs, you can always run. He ran down a tree-lined avenue. He was still in a slum area, but the houses looked inhabited, and lights filtered through dirty windows here and there. He passed a kind of bistro from which music came out and turned around. About 50 meters away, a man was still running after him. He took a tube from his belt and pulled toward his pursuer, less to hit him at that distance than to show that he was armed as well. À cause de l'autre devint hésitante, et il se glissa derrière le tronc d'un arbre pour tirer à son tour. Julius heard voices in the bistro. Hey, say what? There are some guys getting stoned out there. He didn't loiter and sped off into the night, having the entire neighborhood on his tail. 200 meters away, he stopped to rest in the shade of a porch. He took a look toward the bistro and nearly gagged at the sight of several silhouettes running beneath the trees. His pursuers appeared to have formed a snowball. They must have enlisted reinforcements from that infamous pub. Julius barely had time to think under the porch. He crossed a paved court of oxidized metal, reached a building body, passed another porch, climbed a staircase on tiptoe. He went up to the 6th floor. Several doors were open to him. He touched them one by one in the dark with the tip of his fingers. From one, they filtered the sounds of voices. From the other, the sound of running water. From the third came foreign and uninteresting thoughts. He placed his ear on the 4th and heard nothing. His telepathic sense also perceived nothing. He aimed his tube at the lock and cut through the metal with a thin purple ray. He entered. Chapter 2. The moonlight trickled in through the windows of the entrance hall. He closed the door behind him with an ancient hook. Then he walked towards the doorway of a room and froze. Wild thoughts and delirious images came from within. Everywhere fire flows like water and turns into a serpent that shatters like glass, and the glass breaks in two. Sunlight, and the sunlight snows down golden dust. And I jump rope under the snow of gold that burns. A nightmare. Yes, that's what it was. Someone was sleeping there. Someone was dreaming. That's why he had not perceived anything at first. Because black sleep emits nothing. But the dream, yes. Someone was sleeping there. Can't jump anymore, because the rope has slipped from me. It becomes a ray and whips the space. Julius leaned his shoulder on the jamb of the door. A piece of floorboard creaked under his foot. It cries in my dream. It cries, it squeaks in space, like a gold pebble on a black window pane. But I know it's a dream, I know. Julius became very attentive. Once you know you're dreaming, sleep won't last much longer. He retreated a step into the foyer. The laminate floor creaked for a second time. It's in the room, yes. A beast in my room. One. He coughed. The sleeper was heard to turn on his bed. The light broke, cut a slice of brightness into the rosy half-light of the vestry. Julius overheard. What nightmare? I would have sworn that. Oh, the parquet. Fear, 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 fear. There's someone at home. Julius lowered his eyes to the floor and pinched his lips together. In the full light, his soul soiled by rubble had left white, clear footprints before the open door. He decided to take the initiative and abruptly burst into the room, tube in hand. A red-haired woman was sitting in her bed, disheveled. She opened her mouth wide and her creaky eyelids rounded around her eyes. No screams. Julius puffed out his cheeks fiercely. They stood motionless for a few seconds facing each other, frozen in their posture. The red-haired woman's face was rosy, her chin distorted by bags under her eyes. Her ample chest appeared deflated beneath her shirt. Something about this face was familiar to Julius. He heard the woman think, "Oh, Julius! What? Julius!" What? She called out to her in a loud voice. And that familiar, musical, lovely voice seemed to come from the past. Julius stuttered. Ma, in a tone that was still questioning. The woman smiled, and this smile brought a hint of youthfulness to her face. Marge, Julius repeated, his tone more firm. So what? Said the woman. How did you find me out, little one? I.e. He licked his lips and put away his weapon in his belt again. He continued. I didn't know, Marge. I didn't know you were here. Marge got out of bed and walked towards him. She took him by the shoulders and kissed him on both cheeks. Julius felt warm bursts of protective pleasure coming from her, something maternal that did him good and bad at the same time. Once before, Marge had kissed him like this several years ago, but back then Marcia was a beautiful girl with white skin and red hair, a clear face, a supple, perfect body, thin at the waist, long, divine legs, rounded shoulder. And this kiss had disturbed him to the core. He was only 15 years old. And she? How many? Between 20 and 30, maybe. No more than that. At that time, he would have liked to be a man for... You are a man, Julius. Yes, yes. Julius replied through tears. Yes, but she was no longer a woman to him. She was no longer the woman he had known. She was a caricature of the old Marge, shorter on legs, fatter everywhere. Rosy cheeks, bags under the eyes, and that subtle scent of sweat and sleep. Oh, where was Marge? The pure Marge beautiful, the divine, the flame and marble queen, the splendor he dreamed of at night. Little, little, repeated Marcia. You don't know how happy I am to see you. How old are you? 25. The age she had at the time. You're beautiful, little one. What? Ah, yes, maybe, Marcia laughed. Julius shut his eyes to listen better to this laughter that had not changed. She did not release her shoulders. He felt from her confused thoughts, barely repressed, which embarrassed him terribly. He opened his eyes and took a little step back, awkward in front of the new Margie as he always had been in front of the old one, but for different reasons. She turned away and dragged him by the hand to the bed. She made him sit down. Sat down herself without letting go of his hand. Julius noticed that she was making her stomach smaller and trying to hold herself upright so as not to show off her double chin. He found this pitiful. And what now, little one? You walk into people's homes in the middle of the night with an arsenal around your waist, and all you can say is yes. No. Maybe. How did you get here? How are you on Argol? Were you looking for me? Wait, said Julius. He stood up to walk towards the window. Before looking out, he asked, One-way windows at least? Of course. In these old buildings, you never know. He surveyed the avenue for a moment without fear of being seen, since the windows only let light in the favorable direction. Everything seemed calm and deserted. He returned to Marja and said, I wasn't looking for you, it was just chance, Marja. But listen, I just got myself into a bit of a mess. I was playing cards with some guys in the old neighborhood earlier. I was winning. They didn't like that. I was looking for a place to crash while I waited around. She asked for details. He went into great lengths to tell her everything. But he didn't admit that he could read other people's thoughts. This kind of confession had already gotten him into a lot of trouble in the past. It had inspired suspicion and hatred from people who would have gladly helped him. He now hid his telepathy as a shameful disease. And indeed, this talent was the consequence of some sort of disease. During his stay in the distant worlds of Scorbale, he was swarmed by a swarm of golden wasps and peppered with poison stings. He came close to death, wandered for a week, slept for a month of recovery. On waking up, he realized that substances had strangely lodged in his nervous system, enhancing his psychic abilities which were latent in others. He confided in the hospital doctor. The doctor was at first interested but soon grew fearful, for Julius saw in him things not very pleasant from his past. The doctor tried to kill this too visionary patient, but Julius discovered his criminal intentions and escaped from the hospital, and since then his episodes of telepathy hit him at irregular intervals. Sometimes 2 hours, sometimes 8 days. And this gift was both beneficial and malevolent. It had driven him from regular jobs where the clamor of others' thoughts prevented him from concentrating on his task. Et si Don le faisait gagner au jeu, c'est donc venait de lui sauver la vie. Mais surtout, il avait fait de lui une bohème et vente expérience au jour le jour. While talking to Marja, he read her like an open book. A handsome little good-for-nothing. That's what he has always been. But he amuses me. He's still in love with me. It's so ridiculous, but I like that. When he loves, he must. Julius stayed quiet, shocked by the low thoughts of Margie. He fell from a great height. Deceived by his former physical appearance of a space goddess, he always endowed her with a crystal and light soul, a beautiful soul as her body. And he had discovered a gray mud soul, and a stupid vanity with low desires and petty calculations, mentally. He had a disgusted laugh. Oh no, Marja, you're not beautiful. If you knew what I think about you, Marja, you would hate me. You make me feel sorry for you, Marja. Well, why do you stop, boy? You hid in a demolished house while the others hunted you down, and then... Julius continued his speech. He drank the words so as not to hear Marja's thoughts anymore, like putting your nose in front of an overflowing trash can. And he concluded by saying, "By the way, I had to break your lock to get in here." Marja made a gesture of indifference. "It doesn't matter," she said. She looked at Julius from head to toe as if weighing him up, assessing him. Her gaze was calculated. He might be good for it. He's strong, used to space, traps. To her own surprise, Julius stopped being able to hear Marja's thoughts clearly. He came to her no longer than a few isolated words of barely understandable mental murmurs. He felt his miraculous faculty fade and die away. For how long? Perhaps it was due to a bit of fatigue, and that a night's sleep would restore this sixth sense to him. Marja finally said, "You're safe here. I have a room for you." Chapter 3. Julius opened his eyes to a golden sunlit ceiling. At first surprised, he remembered that he was at Marja's. He jumped out of bed and went to take a look out the window. It must be very hot outside. The trees on the avenue were gray with dust, and few passers-by dragged their feet slowly on the sidewalks. The old papers, colorful brochures or news sheets, lazily flew by as a car passed by. Two kids, lazing in a shadowed corner, played a peculiar game, drawing strange figures on the floor with chalk. From a nearby courtyard, a song rose on the sound of a bass string. Somewhere we heard the sound of breaking glass followed by an explosion of swear words. The scorching air would at times be interrupted by the fresh wafts of potent liquors or subtle smells of decay. Very far to the east, the sky was blocked by a colossal viaduct, where cars rumbled by. From afar, they resembled insects in procession on a tree branch. Julius turned back towards his room. He yawned. Sounds of footsteps came from the depths of the apartment. He thought about Marge and realized with some irritation that she had made him reveal everything about himself without telling anything about her own life. What was she doing in Argalia? How had this action woman, this tireless traveler, this space adventurer settled in this shabby neighborhood? When he was just a lowly sailor, he had seen Marge reign over a fleet of 10 starships, negotiate on equal terms with powerful trusts, smuggle cargo in the face of paid police. Who turned a blind eye and have men at her command among the politicians of the planet she cared for? Moral? There was no question of it in a universe where the strong alone had any chance, where prohibitions themselves hid unclean dealings, and where laws favored all manner of dishonesty. Breaking these laws often made one do the opposite of a bad thing. And now, the day before, he'd felt Marge's precise intentions toward him begin to wake up. He had sensed that she needed him. But for what? His telepathic sense had abruptly deserted him, just as he was about to find out. After a shrug, he went to lock himself in the bathroom. He slipped his clothes into the funnel of a cleaner and took a shower. He scrubbed himself thoroughly under the warm rain after soap suiting from feet to head. Then he turned off the tap and turned on the dryer. The sound of the dryer stopped. He wanted to go out. He already had one foot out of the cab and his hand on the door handle, but he suddenly froze in this position. Surprise. He was sure he had heard voices right after the dryer stopped. He listened in vain. Tenaciously, he returned to the cab and closed the door. The voices grew louder again. The cabin was reverberating with echoes of a conversation from the neighboring apartment. The acoustics were likely due to some unforeseen resonance. Or perhaps it was the pipe as it only happened when the door was closed. However, Julius suddenly became very alert. A male voice whispered, "We found Steve with a stone in the middle of his forehead, dead. That guy had put on his wig to get us off guard. We lost him not far from here, as if he had evaporated." Heart pounding. Julius recognized the voice of an opponent from the night before. But another familiar voice could be heard. "You're idiots," said Marge. "How many times have I advised you not to associate with foreigners in the district?" Marge! Julius realized that the voices were coming from the apartment itself. He came out of the booth, took his clean clothes from the lower drawer of the machine, quickly put on a pair of underwear. Without shirt, he took a ray gun and quietly left his room. In the corridor, he almost hit Marge, who was coming from the opposite direction. "Well?" said Margie. "You've got a funny face. Did you sleep well?" "Who is that guy?" asked Julius in a soft voice. Margie had an ironic smile. "You heard it." He nodded his head. "Well, so I don't have to teach you anything. He's one of your opponents from this night. Rest assured he has already left. He was amazed to see my damaged lock. I told him that I had to cut it myself last night, having lost my key." She cast a glance at the weapon Julius clutched in his fist. "Put that away," she said. "And an accident is easily made." He slowly obeyed and looked Marge in the face. He asked, "Do you know him?" His tone was more of an observation than a question, and without waiting for an answer, he continued, "Do you talk to him like a friend? I bet you know all the bad guys around here. You can be proud of yourself, kid. They'll never find you at my place," she added. "But we're not going to stand here one in front of the other like two idiots in this hallway. Come here." She dragged him by the hand into a small living room and made him sit down. She sat across from him in a chair, with makeup, hair done, and wearing an ample indoor cloak that hid her curves. She looked a little more like the old Margie. She pointed to Julius's muscular, tanned torso. "What is it?" she asked. Julius looked down at his chest and replied, "Well, what?" He then rubbed his breast with the palm of his hand, as if he could brush away a few blue spots like bits of dust. Marge guarded a moment in silence. Julius tried to hear the secret thoughts that were barricaded behind his brow with a worried crease. A waste of effort. Since the day before, he had entered a period of telepathic deafness. He felt uneasy. Marge finally opened her mouth. "Golden wasps," she said in a hard tone. "What?" I said. "Golden wasps? Are you deaf? You're hiding something, aren't you, little guy? But you can't fool Margie easily. My guys were right to be suspicious. It appears that you won them 100 carats in an hour, and you wanted to seem natural. You're a telepath, my man." Julius gave him an artificial smile and his pale face. "Do you know the golden wasps? Even the doctor who treated me first noticed it. Your doctor was an ass. We're lucky to have gotten away with it. But what I don't understand is that with such a talent, you should be reduced to hustling at card games here and there. It's a fortune. Your game. You're not very smart, or what?" Julius grew angry. He said brusquely, I don't know if I'm very clever, but I intend to make my little talent more than just a game of society. I haven't had time yet to think much about the matter. First, you have to eat every day, Marge, but don't worry about me. I'll know how to use my thing, as you call it. I'll make use of it ruthlessly, and without remorse. People are rotten. I will be even more corrupt than all of them. They are bitter, greedy, unscrupulous. I will be more bitter, more greedy, and more unscrupulous than all the others. If you knew what I hear in people's minds. If only you knew how much men. God, Marge, I'll carve out a kingdom for myself. I'll shear their wool from their backs. He suddenly stopped, aware of his excitement. He resumed more calmly. But I have to hurry. I don't know if I'll always be telepathic. It's a gift that fades. It comes and goes in an instant. Last night, I didn't intend to cheat. I played normally for half an hour, and then, all at once, damn. I could hear the others thinking. I gave in to winning, and you know why. I'm listening. Because those 3 scoundrels were all for fleecing me. I had drunk a few glasses with them. I found them friendly, and suddenly I realized they were making imperceptible signs to each other. I heard. I tapped my index on the table, so I'm going to cast 3 stars. The little bastards didn't see it coming. In short, I heard all their dirty tricks of cheaters. The little bastard was me. The little bastard taught them a good lesson, and he isn't sorry for it. Do you know that they intended to kill me afterwards? Kill a man for a few carats, Margie. You realize this? I realize that you've just shot Steve. Self-defense. He stood up, adding, well, thank you for the night, Marge, and also for not handing me over to those guys. Now I'm leaving. She grabbed his wrist. Wait, kid. It looks like you're carrying a torch somewhere, I swear. Perhaps we have plenty of things to tell each other, she said with an astringent, sweet tone. Do you think so? I must read your mind, don't I? He shrugged and released his wrist. Sorry, I can't hear anything since last night. The fight must have worn me out or something like that. Marge suddenly seemed less tense to him. He thought she was reassured. So far, she had to hate him by suspecting that he had entered the smallest twists of her thoughts. It's a pity, she said, because you would feel in me the great affection that I have for you. She makes sentiment, thought Julius. Always so, my old. Are you hungry? Asked Marge. Well, yes. Why? Go finish dressing. We're going to eat together. He hesitated for a moment and then, all right, as you wish, he said as he turned back to his room. During the meal, Marja talked about this and that in an offhand manner. They discussed memories, the shadow of missing companions, great space pirates, planet wreckers, world scraper. Julius thought that Marja had to have led a life of a cane chair to grow old so prematurely. Great lovers of life, great maniacs burn the candle at both ends and end up sexagenarian at 35 years. And in fact, Marja talked about her past escapades with the nostalgia of an old woman. She concluded with a hoarse voice, "Those were the days." Emu. Julius took her hand. He could not prevent himself from feeling a sort of fraternal attachment for her. He put the question that had been burning his lips since the day before. Why Marja? She showed surprise. Why not? He raised an eyebrow and looked down. You say that was the good time as if you were 90 years old and had nothing to hope for from a failed life. I find you on Argol in a small apartment, without servants, in a shabby neighborhood. Of course you get along, and I suppose you manage some kind of racketeering, but for a woman like you, it's rather a humiliation, admit it. Goodness, I would never have imagined that you would give up space so young. If you had only retired in a golden and ivory palace, I don't know, myself, in a setting worthy of you. On Luxal, for example, in the middle of these blue-colored parks with luminous waters, with large flower gardens. You see what I mean? He looked down on the apartment and on the dusty avenue visible through the window. But to see you here, he concluded. No, I still can't get used to it. I'm waiting, she said. They stared into each other's eyes. Frustrated by Marge's mysterious behavior, Julius exclaimed, "What are you waiting for?" I was waiting, rather. But I think I found that out since last night. I think I found the man I was waiting for. Me? For what? Without answering, she stood up from the table and went to lie on a sofa. Julius also got up. He took a small chair next to her. Marge spoke. She had experienced sensational successes. Then reversals of fortune had left her penniless in Argol. Despite the planet's lack of interest, she had settled there. After all, Argolay was only a month's voyage from Walden. And do you know what is on Walden, little one? The most beautiful Trafalgar shot we can imagine. What would you give for 1,000 golden palaces like the one you were telling me about just now? Or even a fleet of 1,000 spaceships, plus a chain of 1,000 asteroids catapults on a commercial route. Or even an entire planet, after all. A wonderful world like Luxale, for instance, all to yourself. Just now, you were talking about carving out a kingdom for yourself. Well, you can do it, my boy. You can do it. If you walk with me, do you understand? She sat down, crossed her legs under her, and leaned forward. Her eyes sparkled. That's why I've been waiting for 3 years on our goal in this mediocre life. That's why I'm waiting to find a partner. A guy like you, used to running worlds, used to dangers, but also a guy I can trust. I know a lot of tough guys, but they're all crooks. I need a tough guy that I can trust. But don't get your hopes up. To succeed, you have to take big risks. It's all or nothing. It's either power or death. Impatient, Julius had the urge to shout. What's going on? But he bit his tongue, trying to keep a straight face. He regretted that his telepathic sense was momentarily dormant. Marge's exaltation seemed a bit comical and suspicious to him. He waited for the next move. "It's a treasure," said Margie. Julius repressed a smile. His facial expression was not missed by Margie. She declared, "You don't believe me yet, little one, not at first, but you will believe me. Listen well. It's a cemetery of rockets, a collection of old spacecraft ready for the scrap heap. But these spaceships are 100 years old, loaded with bolts and pieces of palladium." "What?" "Yes, kid, you heard me right. Palladium, that metal that's now almost impossible to find. The only one that hasn't been able to be transmuted. A gram of it is worth more than kilos of platinum. There are masses of them on Walden, and I believe that I am the only one who knows this. The females of the Velis make necklaces with bolts from an alloy containing 70% palladium. It shines on their boorish, idiotic chests, and they think it looks pretty but don't know its value. Their males make javelins, tips, and armor from old plates torn from the spaceship cemetery. Not so fast. What did you say? Volusi. What is it? Biotic. Stupid. Villainous like monkeys, with large ears like fans and a sugar candy skull. In fact, they are men. Julius, a race of mutants descended from ancient sailors, but completely degenerated, reduced to the level of beasts. They have forgotten all language, and communicate with each other in a rudimentary manner by little grunts and onomatopoeia. Listen, Kappa Julius, I lived a little on Walden in the old days, and I have never heard of Velis. They live at the poles. That's where the huge spacecraft junkyard is. Nobody has ever crossed the Yellow Desert. Yes, me. She enjoyed the surprise of the young man for a moment. Then she added, I fell with Flash, the most beautiful unit of my spacemen fleet. All my men have been killed, except one, who died a little later defending me against the Velis. With his help, I was able to repair and get a small rescue rocket into launch position. I managed to take off, escape from this hell. But I know that this hell contains fantastic wealth. And since then, nothing interests me more. I am waiting for the opportunity to play this big trick. I lived only for that. She got up and filled 2 cups with hot alcohol from an automatic samovar. She handed a cup to Julius and stood in front of him with one hand on her hip. With a vulgar gesture, she drank the liquid in one go and snapped her tongue. She added, You understand, little one, I know that anything I could win elsewhere would be a pittance compared to this. How long have you kept this secret? 3 years, Marja launched. And she bit her lips right away, aware of having been too blunt. Because Julius was going to be surprised. Ask precise questions. That didn't miss. And you haven't found a way to get back there in 3 years, she murmured. Oh, that's not how we do it. Ghost landing trick isn't something to repeat. The Velis see it coming. It's not a very discreet approach. The best way is to enter the dangerous area on foot. Julius let out a dry laugh. Ha! By pushing a little cart, perhaps. What? It must be some means of transport to bring the metal. I have everything I need, boy. You're wrong to laugh. I've got here all that will surprise you. Show me. Marja disappeared for a few minutes and came back carrying 2 comfortable suitcases. And so, she said, throwing the suitcases on a sofa. It's a bit more than a wheelbarrow, Julius quipped. But it'll take at least 5 trips per ton of palladium. Marja smiled mysteriously. They're not just suitcases, she said. Julius furrowed his brow. So what? Transmitters, she said. She opened a suitcase. The inside was very simple and resembled that of all the suitcases in the world. She picked up an empty glass from the table and threw it down into the bottom, put the lid back on. Look, she said. Intrigued, Julius stood up and camped himself in front of the sofa. Margie made him check that the other suitcase was indeed empty. Then she also closed it tightly. She returned to the first one and fiddled with its lock in a particular way. "I've got it," said Julius. "The glass will go from one to the other by an operation of I don't know what saint spirit. I've already seen it done by magicians." "Yes," said Margie. "But here there is no trick, you understand, no sleight of hand, no trickery." The glass has really gone from one to the other. The mechanism is hidden in the lock and double bottom. She opened both suitcases again. The glass was in the second compartment. She handed the keys to Julius, incredulous, and forced him to do it himself. She showed him how to push the special key, and gradually, counting 3, then 5, then 10 seconds each time, he pushed it a little further. The experiment worked the same way again. They refrained with something else. A flower, a table napkin, a bracelet that Margie removed from her wrist. "Where did you get this?" asked the young man. She didn't answer directly. "It's very expensive. Those are hard to find around here. I always kept it like you keep your last card. This works at any distance, even through space. You could go off to Walden with one, and I'd keep the other here. You could send me the palladium by masses of 150 kilos. While Margie was developing her idea, Julius was thinking it over as he listened to her with one ear. And the more he thought about it, the more he wanted to take a chance. Surely, he had no illusions about Margie's intentions. To see him pull the chestnuts out of the fire. He also understood that she was too weakened to attempt the journey herself. But he couldn't quite see how she could deceive him on a grand scale. By keeping the palladium that he would send her all by herself, he would require that she open an account at the bank and not send a gram of palladium before receiving a statement justifying a certain additional credit resulting from theft, completion of the previous shipment. And then Julius didn't want to become a super billionaire. Billionaire was enough for him. That Margie should keep the lion's share was of no consequence to him. Decidedly, he would go. "Listen, Margie," he said. And then he began dictating his conditions. Chapter 5. With a bag over his shoulder, Julius jumped from the heli to the platform at the spatiodrome. The wind ruffled his black hair a little. He quickly scanned the jumbled crowd. People were running around, calling out to each other, forming small groups or rushing into the elevator shafts. Everyone's nervousness turned into a contagious atmosphere of anxiety, joy, and excitement. This atmosphere permeated every station in the universe. Julius opened his lips and inhaled the tart freshness of the air. He was happy. He loved departures. For now, the goal was of little importance to him. He loved the departures for themselves. He took out his metal ticket from his pocket and took a look at it. Then he quickened his pace towards the elevator shaft corresponding to his number. But then he slowed down his pace, intentionally. He reined in his urge to hurry and made himself go slowly down the 20 steps leading to the glazed cabin, where feverish-eyed crowds were already crowding together. He was jostled by the crowd behind him, quickly apologized for bumping into a neighbor's knees with his suitcase, heard the door slam. The cab descended into the building's basement, and then into the earth. They took an oblique route and sped along a tunnel lined with small lights that illuminated the travelers' faces every other second, startling here and there strained features. An open mouth, staring eyes, a woman's smile. In a few minutes, the cab emerged back into the light. She ran along a glass viaduct spanning 2 cement cliffs, entered under a massive portico, gaping like a mouth. A bell rang. The booth opened again. Julius was carried by the crowd into the reception area. He still looked at his ticket and walked towards Corridor 7. He showed his ticket to the glinting eyes of the inspection machine, and the door opened before him. Others had preceded him. Others followed. He was in the middle of people who began to exchange conspiratorial looks and shy smiles. They knew they were going to the same destination, that they were going to travel on the same ship. At the end of the corridor, they walked across the reception bridge of the spaceship as easily as you would go from one room to another in the same building. The machine was so closely enclosed in the building that it seemed to make one body with it, but it was housed in its concrete slide like a shell in the bore of a gun. In the ship's belly, Julius took another elevator that brought him to deck B. Then he walked through the central gangway, counting the cabin number. He inserted his metal ticket into the slot. The door opened. He walked through and pushed the panel behind him. The door slammed shut, dropping the key ticket into a small metal bowl placed beneath the slot lock. And there it is, thought Julius. This short exclamation contained all of Julius's satisfaction. The joy of having no responsibilities for a month during his journey. A month of vacation in space. He carelessly threw his suitcase on the bunk, opened a couple of empty lockers just for the pleasure of smelling the new plastic odor, and closed them again. He entered the tiny sanitary lodge and pulled the shower curtain with childlike delight. Then, turning to the sink, he let water run over his hands and rinsed his face. For the first time in his life, he was going to travel. As a passenger rather than crew or officer. Earlier that day, in the gangway, he had met an officer wearing a gold hat. He felt a certain sympathy for this poor guy in uniform, tied to precise orders and tasks, probably on the same route for a long time. He looked at his beaming face in the mirror over the sink. Fresh water dripped from it. He gave himself a wink. "Come on, old man," he said aloud. "Let's go sightseeing." Then he burst into youthful laughter. A little later, he went through the ship from top to bottom, from the first-class salons down to the lower deck, but against the metal doors leading to the astronomical observation posts and the gyroscope rooms. He was a bit disappointed, because for him a trip could not be conceived without a minimum of technical activity. He regretted the oppressive atmosphere of the crew tunnels and the ozone smell released by the engines. He regretted the noise made by the insulating boots descending in a clatter down the metal stairs. He had moved on to the other side of the scene. With a collector's patience and diligence, he went to have a drink in each of the 3 bars set aside for his class. Then he went down to the lower deck and dragged his melancholy along narrow passages without luxury, pierced with cavities cots reserved for poor immigrants. The corridors were crowded with suitcases and hodgepodge packages. People sat in the corners eating sandwiches or playing cards on the floor. Bored children ran around, carefree of the nagging cries of their mothers. A woman with steely eyes grabbed Julius by his sleeve and smiled at him as if she had known him forever. Politely, Julius returned her smile, but then gently pulled away, while the woman shrugged with a disappointed frown. The starting bell rang. A chill ran through the crowd. A few nervous laughs rang out here and there. An old woman stood in front of Julius at the bend of a corridor. Her wrinkled hands clenched like pliers, one around a small bundle of clothes and the other around a vertical pipe attached to the partition wall. She spoke so fast that Julius couldn't understand her. He tilted his head. "Are you saying, grandmother?" She hurriedly repeated. "And the belts?" "Oh, we've not given any belts." Julius hit her on the shoulder. "Don't worry, Grandma. It's a modern ship. You won't even feel the departure." "Look at me. I'm walking with my hands in my pockets." The old woman's last voyage must have been back to the heroic times. Amused, Julius leaned against the partition and observed the reactions of the passengers. The card players had suspended their game. Most people seemed tense. Then the loudspeakers began to hiss, producing a deep noise like 10 vats of steam singing in unison. "Reactors! Then the sound became more acute, more difficult to bear. Many people were pale and women clutched their husbands' arms. After 5 minutes, someone dared to speak. "We're out in the open now." Julius felt like laughing. He knew for sure that all those noises were just a recording. In fact, the actual takeoff was absolutely inaudible from inside the craft. But for psychological reasons, it was necessary to impose on the travelers a minimum of feeling. Julius recalled a passage from the theory in force on commercial lines. Auto-suggestion by noise. The passenger who felt himself take off from a planet has a certain consideration for the crew. He respects them. He feels between their hands, while the absence of any feeling due to the comfort of modern sailing would make the crew, in the eyes of the same passenger, a vague bunch of the same passenger. Space riggers. The uniform, designed to inspire subservience, would take on the appearance of a livery. And Julius knew that the ship hadn't even moved yet, that the real departure wouldn't be until another quarter of an hour later, without any pointless sonic comedy this time, and unbeknownst to everyone. This prudent regulation was still inspired by psychological motives, whose reason Julius had forgotten. He had served only once on a passenger ship. His true milieu was that of cargo ships, vessels on which psychology played rather to laugh. When the whistle gradually died away in the exhausts, people relaxed. But Julius knew that the real takeoff was beginning. Chapter 6. After 48 hours of travel, Julius confessed to himself that he was sick and tired of being bored. Even though he had dragged out his grooming and meals to fill up his long days, he couldn't find anything to occupy his idle time. He would have gladly traded places with one of the black-handed sailors whom he occasionally caught a glimpse of through the portholes. He had had 2 or 3 uninteresting conversations with fellow passengers, drunk a few glasses in their company. But he found the life and personality of these second-class travelers dull. He resolved to avoid their advances as much as possible, and he descended most often among the emigrants on the lower decks. There he felt more at ease. His psychic son had not returned since his encounter with Marja. He sometimes regretted this, for the amusement it would have brought him. But a little reflection and precise memories led him to the opposite conclusion, that this temporary mental deafness was beneficial. Unaware of their secret thoughts, he found here and there friendly faces. Miraculous faculty overwhelmed Julius at the end of the 3rd day. With a suddenness almost painful, a commotion of mental whispers broke out in his head as he descended to the lower deck. He grimaced, feeling as if he were slowly entering a sea of mud. Denounce that bastard to the cops. They even congratulated me before giving me the bonus. But now the neighborhood is pretty unhealthy because the others. I never should have married Frank. What has he done to me? A transplant. Martin was money-logged. He doesn't need this money, old man. He had 1 foot in the grave. A weak heart. Perhaps if he screamed very loudly into his ear as a joke, or by popping a firecracker, it would be just indeed. It would be rather a relief, even for him. Detained at the last steps of the staircase, Julius clung to the railing, all pale. He stared straight ahead. The immigrant bridge seemed to him to be grunting with monsters. Or better yet, the crowd seemed to him like a beast, an hydra with hundreds of babe and evil-tasting heads. Someone touched his shoulder. A man with gaunt, grayish features refined by a friendly smile. "Hey, you're not playing today?" And the man showed a deck of cards while Julius heard mentally. He removed the common symbols and translated the text to English as follows. Julius said in a hoarse voice, "No, thanks," and he climbed up the stairs 4 at a time as if he were in a hurry to get out of an alleyway. He passed several floors without making any contact and went to lock himself in his cabin. He indulged himself inwardly. "This is stupid. I've lost my habit. A simple training question. But each time it seems worse to me. He finally shook himself off and came out again, determined to face new trials. He thought the emigrants had been made bad by poverty. He entered the large drawing room on his floor and fell into a chair. To his right, 3 well-dressed women were conversing peacefully. Julius gave no heed to their remarks, for their thoughts overwhelmed the words they spoke with a smirk. It was a salad of petty jealousy and malice. Julius endured this for all of 15 minutes, as practice. Then he rose, stifling a yawn, and went out into the central corridor. He scanned the entire length of it to reach the cinema hall. He felt like watching a good movie to relax. The characters projected on the screen did not emit any annoying thoughts, and suddenly he stopped dead in his tracks. A desperate image, a real mental cry came from the partition on the left. Can't. Bad. Going to fall. Die. An aura of wave-like images informed Julius. All of this remained vague as a nightmare, but he knew that a woman was there. 1 meter from him, sealed up, seemed to him. A blonde woman, rather young, very young, even according to the image she herself had of her, and who managed to Julius. An officer stopped in front of the young man. "Well, Mr. What are you doing in front of this wall?" "You are—" With a swift gesture, Julius grabbed him by the sleeve. He pointed to the partition. "What's behind there?" he asked. The officer seemed quite surprised. Julius heard him think some unpleasant and pretty threatening things about himself. He softened his tone slightly as he added, "I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I heard noise behind that partition. There is a woman in there, in great distress. Are you mad?" "Not at all. Please do something, Check." The officer shook his head in doubt, but he said, "If it makes you happy, old man, let's go. Come with me upstairs. I'll show you that you're suffering from hallucinations." And while walking towards the elevator, he continued, "No one can be there. It's just a ventilation trap." On the upper floor, the officer opened a small metal hatch and swore at the opaqueness of the screen. "Damn right. There's something foreign here. But how do you know she's a good woman?" "I tell you again that I heard her scream," Julius lied. "Well, if it's a good woman, she shouldn't be comfortable in there. I don't see how." As he spoke, he opened another panel, larger than the one before. They leaned together on the opening. In the half-light, they made out a confused shape some 3 meters below. Pushed by ascending air, gasps reached their ears, and so did the smell of effort and human sweat. "What are you doing there?" shouted the officer. There was a sort of groan of despair, and the shape seemed to squeeze itself up. Then it slid lower, faster and faster. The officer calmly held both panels steady and walked over to the phone at the corner of the walkway. He quickly gave his badge number and made a very brief report before hanging up. Then he turned back towards Julius. "There you are," he said. "We'll take care of her. Thanks for your initiative. Where did she fall?" "Oh, she could not have ended up anywhere but in the atmosphere ozone chamber. It's definitely a stowaway." The officer pinched his chin as he thought aloud. "Yes. She would have come from the hold into the cabin through the side passage. That's the only explanation. What are they going to do with her in her current state? They will probably take her to a clinic first. She might have broken something in her fall. She had certainly at least 24 hours of fasting behind her, and we don't know how long she was exposed to the ultraviolet rays of the ozonizing room." The officer gave Julius a small dismissive salute by bringing 2 fingers to his cap, and he went off. Julius stood still for a moment in the middle of the corridor, immobile, lost in thought. He thought that he was having a fit of pity. That desperate voice coming from the wall had moved him to his core. Suddenly resolved, he went to press the elevator button. "To the floor of the clinic," he added. "No, no. She's not injured at all, the doctor said. She just needs to eat and sleep. As for the rest, just some minor bruises. He thought of Julius with a keen eye. Are you related? No. Well, I mean that I thought I recognized a familiar voice, but Julius lied. The doctor indicated the room with a nod. Go take a look at it up. Close. Julius entered, approaching the bed where an elongated form was puffing the blankets. A small face turbaned by bandages emerged from the sheet. The young man leaned forward. His hidden sense perceived blue dream fragments, quasi-musical harmonies in their vanishing. He smiled as if listening to a fairy recording and withdrew on tiptoe. Then, asked the doctor. Julius looked him in the eyes for a moment. He continued to lie firmly. No, he said. She isn't my family, but she's a friend. I know her. He shrugged and added, She made a mistake by illegally boarding. What are they going to do with her? Return her with a hefty fine. And force her to work on government construction sites until her debt is paid off, if she can't afford to pay. Julius waved the possibility of a gesture away. I can't let that happen, he said. Look, Doctor, what if I paid for his trip? The doctor waved his arms in an ignorant gesture. You know, I'm not here for this. I have no idea. But I am confident she would get away with a 10% surcharge on the ticket price. These things have already happened and ended like this. Julius smiled and snapped his fingers in a satisfied manner. Bravo! Take care of her, Doc. I'll pay whatever it takes. He turned around at the door, nearly knocking over a nurse coming in the other direction. He called out, Tell her that a friend will take care of her, and that she shouldn't worry any more. Useless to tell him my name. You haven't given it, replied the doctor. Chapter 7. But the young man had already gone out without listening. On entering his cabin again, he felt quite embarrassed. Why had he done that? And for someone whom he didn't know at all? Another of my acts of altruism, he thought to himself. But other reasons had pushed him to this madness. Firstly, the cry of distress that had seemed to him mentally piercing. Then, in listening to the dreams of the young traveler, the revelation of a soul without mud, without defilement. The contrast seemed so harsh between this soul and those of the crowd of immigrants that an irresistible sympathy had dictated his conduct. And then the little face that appeared under the bandages would have melted the heart of a rock. But Julius didn't want to admit it to himself. This is madness, he whispered between his teeth, because he didn't have any money to keep his promise. He looked at his suitcase, thinking about getting Marja to send him the necessary sum. But he remembered that Marja was absent from home for the next 15 days. She would only monitor her own transmitter when she knew Julius had arrived. There was only one way, indeed, to get this young person out of the mess. Give him her own cabin ticket and clear out in his favor. In short, take his place as a stowaway. As for himself, he would pay the fine and make up for the trip by working as a deckhand. At first, he felt like dancing, as the idea seemed great to him. He would hit 2 birds with 1 stone and enjoy himself among the crew. A little thought made him despair. A quick mental calculation showed him that it would take him at least a year of hard work to pay off his debt. Certainly, upon arriving at Walton, he could use his suitcase transmitter to get money sent to him by March. But what if his suitcase was confiscated? What if the captain kept him a prisoner in the hold? The risks were too great, but another idea came to him, and this one was much better than the first. He came out of his compartment and entered the first bar he found at the end of the corridor. He looked through the amusement menu. Various brochures announced performances for the coming week. A first-class traveler offered 500 carats to any passenger who could beat him in 10 rounds of arm wrestling. Julius shrugged his shoulders. He was looking for something else. His gaze casually swept over some tedious advertisements. He suddenly leaned forward to look at the printed page that interested him. Visits by groups of 30 people. Organized tour of the machinery and the apparatus. To sign up with the house steward. That very evening he went down to the clinic to check on his protégé. He entered the room without asking permission of anyone, and he was surprised to see the young girl with open eyes. A few hours earlier, her face had been stripped of the bandages that had hidden half of it. She appeared to Julius extremely beautiful, but a beauty that wouldn't have caused a crowd on the street to turn their heads. She was a deep and modest beauty, with nothing showy or superficial about her. She didn't resemble those girls who usually give an initial jolt to the first encounter, dazzle for a quarter of an hour, and are forgotten 5 minutes after they leave. Blonde with blue eyes. How banal. Julius thought purely as a defensive reaction. Ka in his depths. He appreciated those soft and silky strands spread across the white pillow, and the look of those clear eyes had an expression of confident simplicity that went straight to his heart. Julius took a step towards the bed, smiling. He sensed the girl's thoughts. It's not a doctor. Oh, it's probably him who made me say that. He looks very friendly, but Julius imagined what you were thinking. In fact, he said, I am the one who intends to get you out of this trouble. Why? You don't know me. Julius sat down at the foot of the bed and took your hand. I'll explain it to you. I'm terribly bored in the middle of passengers. Lack of habit, no doubt. I'll be happy to give you my cabin, and I'll try to get a job on the crew. I was waiting for an excuse, and it's you who give me. In essence, we would both be even, and you wouldn't have to thank me. Do you understand? She stopped for a moment, looking him in the eyes well, with this clear honesty of expression that she had already shown. Julius sensed his doubts. Don't worry, he said. I'm not making fun of you. A nearly audible murmur coursed through his telepathic mind. I've met men who wanted to do me a favor, but it wasn't out of kindness. They weren't. Chivalrous. Fear that his gesture might be misconstrued made Julius release her hand. I owe no one anything. But how can I explain it to him? He seems very kind, but one never knows. Above all, I wouldn't want to hurt. He has a face on which it must be painful to see pain or humiliation come into being. I was really sure that his offer would suit him. You cannot know, said Julius, how much this life of the salons makes me long to mix with sailors. I am myself an old traveler. He excused with a smile what this assertion might have had of the unbelievable given his youth. He continued, I was born inside. At 5, I ran barefoot in the machinery of my father's ship. Why barefoot, you will say? It's very simple. Because shoes sound on the metal floors and on the plates, and the vibrations can disrupt extremely sensitive control devices. Not everywhere, of course, but in many places. In Gyros rooms, for example. He stopped abruptly, as if he were afraid to bother him. He made a timid gesture to say, So, then. I thought that if you would accept it, it would be a service to me, she said slowly. I don't understand very well. Let's see, what prevents you from leaving your cabin to get a job without worrying about me? They wouldn't accept me. I need an excuse, that's what I told you. I would have to pay for my trip with my work. And then, between us, it would be a shame if you didn't make use of an empty and paid cab, don't you think? He took her hand back. I'd say, I've already said this, by the way, that I know you very well. My politeness would thus seem more natural. I don't know if you'll enjoy a life in society. I found it delicious for 2 days, but as a woman and as a convalescent, I bet you'll like it. She gripped his fingers tightly, almost frenetic. It's terrible for me to be stuck in Argol. I had to leave anywhere. I had to, or else. And now that they've caught me traveling without permission, they want to bring me back. Oh, never. This boy offered me a life jacket, a chance, at last. Julius saw the girl's lips tremble. He knew he had won. He anticipated and forced a decision that was no longer in doubt. You accept. Thanks. He quickly kissed her hand and fled like a thief, without looking back. He had already heard too much in the young girl's mind. He didn't care to know the reasons that seemed to make her unhappy. He knew himself too well and knew that he could not resist the desire to be useful. That's enough, he thought. He spared her a return to Argol and offered her a paid trip. As for her other personal problems, if she had any, he didn't want to know them. He wouldn't let the most important adventure of his life slip away for some girl. He had already been different enough as it was. When she took her seat in second class and he was comfortably settled on the other side among the crew, he wouldn't try to see her again. That was decided. In the meantime, he still had to stage a dangerous play. If he wanted to convince the commander of his capabilities, a necessary comedy. For after some reflection, he could get out of the sentimental mess he had gotten himself into only by becoming an officer. He had a plan for that. Chapter 8. The next morning, he joined the small group of passengers who wanted to tour the massive machinery of the craft. Led by an officer, they passed through an iron gate and suddenly found themselves in a different world. Dazed by the din of the reactors, a woman plugged her ears and made a face. It was a succession of bridges and staircases disappearing into a tangle of pipes of different sections, electrical cables representing the vines of this metal and plastic. Forests. The giant heads of the reactors seemed like huge turtles with glistening shells. The officer explained the function and utility of each organ in a booming voice through a loudspeaker, but his lecture held no meaning for most visitors. They only picked up on empty words without sense. Unconsciously, they were more sensitive to the tragic grandeur of the spectacle, to the mysterious atmosphere stirred by the entanglements of axes, mixers, and rotors. Their technical justification didn't matter much to them, especially to the women, because they had only come there for sensations. As for Julius, familiar with this kind of thing, he found pleasure in a warm grease and mild insulation smell, which was sort of the soul of that mechanical junk. But he wasn't surprised. However, he may have been the only one to listen attentively to the officer's explanations. Because each ship had its own characteristics, this one belonged to a type which was unknown to him. A sailor in simple canvas trousers, and, apart from that, dressed almost exclusively in sweat and grease stains, crossed the visitors. He took pleasure in clacking his bare feet on the floorboard, as he took up as much room as possible, and said, "Excuse me, gentlemen, ladies," with obviously ironic politeness. It was the eternal superiority of the one who works over the one who watches work being done. Julius was surely still the only one from the group to be all heart for him. He had the urge to throw off his jacket and lend a hand. That will come, he thought. With an innocent air, he let himself be slightly outdone by the others, as he approached the holding room. The gyroscopic rooms could not be too far from this center of gravity of the big ship. Julius opened the drawers he found on his way in a casual manner and took a quick look at their contents. He finally found what he was looking for, and quickly shoved a hammer and screwdriver into his pocket. He knew full well that the officer wouldn't show them the gyroscopic rooms. They were loaded with too many devices that could be adjusted to an extremely precise level. So it was up to him, Julius, to find them all by himself. He took advantage of a moment when everyone turned their backs on him to sneak behind an auxiliary control panel. As soon as he was alone, his attitude changed. He left his air of bewildered novice and looked around with sharp eyes. The left partition, he thought, as he examined the architecture of the room. Yes, that's right, a little bit lower. He crouched down behind the hood of a machine and moved towards the left, half bent over. He found with satisfaction a small staircase. He quickly descended the 3 steps and entered a round room with a low ceiling. Put on tiptoe, he managed to stick his ear against the ceiling and heard a steady purring. The gyros were there. The noise could not deceive him. In the dim light of the room, he ran his fingers over the whole surface of the ceiling and finally found the catch. He turned it and pulled open a square trapdoor, whose hatch was made of metal. He climbed quickly, forming a wish that no one would come and tour around here, and found himself in the room with the lateral gyroscopes. The large secondary gyroscope purred in the center, swinging itself like a dancer with a frilly skirt. Julius watched it, pulling his hammer out of his pocket with the intention of tampering with an axle support. He raised his arm. A good little tap and all would be revealed, but he hesitated at the last moment, for sabotage would leave no doubt on discovery of the damage. He observed the 3 small primary gyros, and a smile creased his eyes. There was more to do. He put away his hammer and took the screwdriver. He crouched and forced to loosen a little screw on the shaft support. He arranged things so that the head of the screw was as close as possible to the nut, grazing it. He left a space of only a fraction of a millimeter. Satisfied, he put the screwdriver back in his pocket and stepped back. But he got a jolt of fear. Through the open trap, at the top of the 3-step staircase, he saw the immobile feet of a man. In spite of the din from the reactors, he could hear the man whistling a gay little tune while he was hitting something with his fists. A noise of incomprehensible voices reached him. Another sailor appeared in his field of vision. 2 big feet stopped beside the black boots. If the 2 men took it into their heads to descend just 1 step of the stairs, they would immediately see the roller blind open, and that would be a disaster. Slowly, very slowly, Julius leaned forward and grabbed the handle that allowed the roller blind to be raised. He silently dragged him towards himself and crouched in the darkness, slightly hallucinated by the eternal harmony of the gyros that surrounded him. But he couldn't stay for long, because his absence would be noticed among the visitors. After 5 minutes, he opened the trap and took a look. The 2 men had left. Feeling nervous, he came out of his hiding place and locked it behind him. He stuck his head into the big hall and didn't see anyone. He hurried between 2 rows of machines forming a corridor and reached the storage room. It was easy for him to mingle with the guests again without being noticed. He was happy that he had stopped in time before wrecking the big turn, for one would have noticed a deviation from the road only a few minutes later, and this brutal deviation would have seemed suspicious. But while loosening the small nut, he had managed to let the vibrations gradually turn this screw, until the moment when the head would just graze imperceptibly the groove handle, where little by little changing its weight or its speed. Influenced by this variation, the large groove would start to slip, but in a progressive way. And to find out where the evil came from, one would have to be a half-god. He, Julius, would play the role of savior in the eyes of the commander. Chapter 9. The next day, Julius calmly waited for events to unfold. In the evening, he strolled around the bridge and met several times with concerned officers. He did not see the commander himself, but through a half-open door he heard a technician say to a lieutenant, I can't find anything to please him with the reactors after all. Oh, this is not the first time that a road deviates 1 degree, the lieutenant cut in. No, it's not the first time, indeed, but it happened a very long time ago, when 1 out of 10 astroships never returned. Don't be so sure, old man. You know as well as I do that the boss has every reason to worry. There are a lot of possible explanations for this deviation, but some extra-technical explanations, if you want my opinion. Something is happening in space itself. God knows what, but the machinery is in excellent condition. So it's not up to me. It's all up to you guys to take your responsibilities. Julius repressed a smile and went to consult the luminous map where a mobile point indicating the rocket was changing its position every day. This simplified map for passengers was enough to give them an idea of the distances. Julius gained the assurance that things wouldn't progress any further before they approached the asteroid belt. There only, the captain would order a turnaround. Julius thus had a good dozen hours ahead of him. He went to bed. As soon as the next day, he returned to the vicinity of the bridge, and many indications proved to him that something unusual was going on. He managed to hold back a non-commissioned officer by the sleeve in order to ask him why everyone was so nervous. He was thus the first passenger to learn that one would have to turn around. He demanded with vehemence to speak to the commander. They laughed at him in his face, but he knew how to be eloquent, cited figures, spoke technical terms, and ended by saying, I've already lived through this experience when I was second on a Luxil cargo ship. I know what I'm talking about. It comes from a minuscule malfunction in the gyroscopic equipment. Please show me the gyros. The 2 officers to whom he was speaking looked perplexed at his words. They left Julius and talked in a low voice in a corner. Perceiving their thoughts, Julius had a smile. These thoughts closely matched the terms of their conversation. Go and see if what that guy says. It's ridiculous. What's the risk? It's a bizarre idea, if you will, but not entirely absurd. If the boss ever learns that we followed the suggestions of a Pekingese... It's not one. He just said he was second on a Luxil cargo ship. Nothing proves it. Well, I'm going there. It'll be quick, but I have the feeling that I won't find anything unusual. When Julius saw the officer heading towards the staircase leading to the machinery, he called out, Wait for me. I'm following you. The man made a dismissive gesture. Huh. No more stories. It's already enough of a fool as it is. Then, said Julius, you won't find anything. You're so determined not to find anything that you'll only see fire. Me, I absolutely affirm to you that something is out of whack in the gyro's transmission system to the gateway displays. The officer shrugged. Don't say nonsense, old man, but be happy. There's a small chance, a very small one, that you've got an interesting hunt. But in this case, one of 2 things will happen. Either it's a malfunction that jumps out at you, and then I'll make an honest man of myself, or it's something minor. And if it's something minor, there's no question of taking apart 10,000 gears and kilometers of wire. It would take too much time. In other words, even if you were right, it wouldn't get us anywhere. Julius shook his head in despair. So I repeat to you that you will find nothing, because I am sure it is just a small malfunction after all. The officer made a gesture of weariness, slightly exasperated before disappearing. Julius turned to the other man and repeated stupidly, He won't find anything. But he noticed a change in the expression on his interlocutor's face that made him turn his head. The commander himself was entering the room. He looked weary and very bored. But when he saw Julius, his eyes shot lightning. He asked in a dry tone, What is this man doing here? The officer answered awkwardly. Oh, nothing important, Captain. He was just suggesting. I declare... Julius cut him off. that all your troubles come from a gyros room. Already annoyed by his worries and a sleepless night, the captain turned red with anger. And I say that if you don't clear the floor in 3 seconds, there'll be someone in irons in 5 minutes. Julius knew exactly what to say. He confessed maliciously, "My idea isn't absurd, Commander, since the lieutenant went to sea." "What? Whether I'm right?" The commander appeared to be out of breath, turned around and rushed down the iron staircase with an uneasy haste. The officer followed him, and Julius fell in step with them calmly and confidently, without seeking permission from anyone. Halfway through the machinery, the officer turned around, surprised to hear an echo of his footsteps. Anguished by the situation, he had not until then realized how brazen Julius was. "You," he said, "you. Better turn back, or you'll only make your case worse." Julius pretended to comply and let them get a head start. The commander was already far down the passageway of Deck 3 and hadn't seemed to realize that he was being followed. Julius waited for a few seconds before entering the engine room. Once inside, he scanned for officers and, misled by his own memories, automatically walked towards the left gyroscopic chamber. He realized on reaching his destination that the officers were visiting the other one. He stepped back a bit and sat down under a large vertical pipe, not really hiding, but just so as not to stand out too much until the events were over. He saw the 3 men coming and observed their expressions. The commander was walking at the head. He didn't look quite excited anymore, but rather seemed to be under the influence of cold anger. He wore an exaggerated calm. The other 2 realized their superior's feelings. The one who went down first was very red. The other followed in a fatalistic grimace. Julius saw further on 2 shadows disappear. He recognized the nonchalant draw of 2 sailors who wisely withdrew, the atmosphere being stormy. The commander came to the small staircase and said, "Go ahead, please, and try to find something for me. We'll know in a few seconds whether this passenger is a genius." Julius waited a little while. They had time to descend the 3 steps. Then he went towards the place where they had disappeared. We could hear a voice belonging to an officer saying something incomprehensible while the commander, standing on a ladder, asked him a few questions. The other officers saw Julius arriving and his eyes widened. He motioned with his hand for him to leave. Julius moved closer. Then the officer walked towards him and said in a low voice, "I told you to stay up there. You want to make things complicated? Have you found anything in the other room?" "No, but then if the tours aren't slowed down in the other room, they're accelerated in this one. It's math." As Julius finished speaking, he noticed that the commander was returning to them. He said in a boisterous voice, "You there, you little rascal." But Julius saw that his anger had evaporated. He asked, "You found something, Commander?" "No, not yet, at least. But I considered your idea. It's not absurd." "Where did you serve?" "A bit everywhere since childhood. I was practically born in the machinery." The officer of the gyros room shouted something. The 3 men approached. The officer stuck his head out and announced, eyeing Julius with a round look, "The secondary ring is making too many turns per minute." The commander felt great joy wash over him. This discovery meant they were nearing salvation, that they would be able to continue the journey without incident, and it saved billions in lost revenue. He couldn't stop a big smile of relief from breaking out. He asked, "The cause? I don't know yet." Julius thought it was time to take the initiative. "You allow me," he said in a firm tone. And without waiting for an answer, he walked past the commander and entered the room with the gyroscope. He pretended to be looking for something, checked the axis supports, leaned over the small primary gyros, and patiently waited for someone to get impatient so that he could launch his discovery at the right time. Leaning over the unscrewed screw by himself, he waited, maintaining an immobile position. "So," the commander finally spoke. Without answering, Julius placed his finger on the knob and looked into the eyes of his interlocutor. And since the commandant did not seem to understand and was forced to strain his neck to see the hard-to-reach spot, that Julius was pointing out to him, the young man laconically clarified. The knob is loose, rubs against the belt, and wears it out. That is why it is so hard to find. We always think of checking the large hole, but not the others. He then went down and dried his hands on his handkerchief and said again, 2 solutions. Change the hole or use the corresponding right-hand hole in the same proportions. Gentlemen, I am happy to be good at something and greet you. He leaned his head slightly and walked towards the exit. "Wait!" shouted the commander. Julius turned around with a false look of surprise. But he knew already what the expression on the commander's face meant. "We're going to celebrate it in my cabin tonight. Will you join us?" That's it, thought Julius. He has nothing left to refuse me. During the rest of the journey, Julius indulged in the pleasures of the machinery. He was treated like a half-god both by the crew and the officers, but he usually chose to get his hands dirty from head to foot rather than study the bridge charts. Twice he saw the one his fellow crews called his blonde. With a group of visitors, she went through all the machinery, asking questions and looking for him among the sailors. Captors by Julius, they twitched their heads and lied to anyone who would listen, while the young man hid in a corner. He felt bursts of gratitude from this girl towards him. However, he remained true to his intention not to be swayed. He thought that he had enough trouble in this affair and wanted to stop there. 3 weeks later they landed on Walden. After bidding farewell to the crew, Julius picked up his suitcase and stepped out of the spaceship onto the spatiodrome. It was dark. The other passengers had already left. Gentle breeze carrying warm exhale made Julius's hair shake on his forehead. It smells like a cemetery, he thought. Indeed, the air carried the scent of withered flowers, stale water at the bottom of vases, and something even more subtle, hard to determine, sap or moist earth. Here and there, lamps lit up the concrete floor, pockmarked with puddles from a recent storm. Julius walked toward the buildings, lugging his suitcase by its handle. When he reached the automatic barrier, he had a start. A small patch of gold shone under a lamp in the night, her hair that he didn't want to meet. But it was too late. She had heard his loud footsteps approaching, had gradually seen her slim figure emerge across the puddles. Stiffed, slightly distant, Julius could not still indulge in the ridicule of escape. The young people looked at each other in silence over the gate. Then slowly, without taking his eyes off the blondes, Julius pushed the door and approached with measured steps. He should not have looked particularly comfortable because he sensed coming from the girl something like fear, a strange cocktail of confusion and regret, a simultaneous desire to be elsewhere and to shake his hand. In short, a repressed impulse. Much better, he thought. It's time for this little girl to understand. What should she understand? Not wanting to be bothered by a woman, he was too sensitive to her unkempt physical appearance and her simple emotions that he could sense through his telepathic gifts. It was time for her to realize that he did not want to give in to an inclination so strong that he had evaded her with such care during the trip just because he knew himself too well, knowing that he was too sensitive to certain type of blonde with shy and scared looks. We had already had this with this air there. Sluts. But there, by extraordinary, feelings responded to attitude. It was a rare thing. It was. Yes. It was hard to resist. It was hard to resist. An anxious twitch pulled at the girl's lips, lifted towards Julius. When the young man saw this twitch slowly transform and timidly take on the shape of a smile, he realized that this smile was merely a reflection of his own. It was as if he were looking at himself in a mirror, for the girl had only dared to smile as he did so himself. "Were you waiting for me?" "Yes." "I wanted to thank me." "It wasn't necessary. You've already said it." and I assure you that I was delighted to make the journey among the crew." There was a pause, and he thought that he could not, after all, leave her like this. I began an embarrassed sentence. "Well, well." She seemed to understand his embarrassment and his desire to avoid complications. She suddenly extended her hand to him. "Thank you again," she said, "and goodbye." She briefly shook his hand and turned her back on him. She walked away at a quick pace, and Julius felt exactly what she had in her head and heart. A feeling of loneliness and a great desire to cry. He wanted to call her back, and realized to his surprise that he didn't know her name, even though he felt like he'd known her for a long time. He wanted to shout something like, "Hey!" or maybe "Yo!" found the latter vulgar, and threw a meaningless call, a natural and purer cry to attract her attention. She seemed not to hear, and kept walking away. So he shouted, "Wait!" and ran after her. 10 minutes later, they were drinking together at the bar in Spespashodrome. Half an hour later, they took the same taxi to go into town. They met again at the same restaurant, and during dessert he held her hand. Julius's telepathy shortened his steps, dictated what gesture to make, which one to avoid, what word to say, and he didn't need to guess what were the thoughts of the young girl that spread wide open. Stella, that was her name. Stella was the personification of purity, innate naivete, not stupidity but naivete, of one who ignorant evil or cunning. And while some prefer women puzzles, Julius discovered the more unrefined and unsubtle seduction of a child woman. At the beginning of their idyll he thought and treated himself as an idiot. A few hours later he no longer thought about anything except her, and walked around the gardens with her in his arms. They were surprised to see the dawn rise. Julius looked at his watch, and they burst out laughing like two schoolboys. The next day, Julius slipped a ring on Stella's finger that made her tear up with gratitude, a sapphire she had admired in a display window. They took together the rocket for the second continent of Walden. They flew over shimmering, heavy seas of Mercury, clusters of islands, swamps and forests, before landing in the most wretched town of Walden. Fort Signal, capital of former. Pioneers, still capital of a desert region or barely cleared area, depending on the climate, which could vary from one valley to another in this mountain country. Fort Signal was the capital of some 100 more or less wretched villages. Julius went in search of a kind of bar where the proprietor was an old acquaintance of Marja's, a certain Kang. Kang's tavern was something like a quadrangular compound of bungalows. Kang himself was a hefty man with creased eyes and greasing skin. He seemed of a somewhat unusual strength, and only unfastened his large lips to say what was strictly necessary. He mostly spoke in monosyllables, but Marja had said to Julius, "He's very regular, and if you come from me, he'll go out of his way for you." Without asking any questions, Kang made all his country experience available to Julius. He did not try to find out why the young man was so anxious to visit certain places of no interest, and set about making him acquainted with a safe guide. Julius waited until Stella had become a little accustomed to the place and people, and then he entrusted her to Kang. He promised to return as soon as possible, and left Fort Signal one fine morning. He was on his way to fortune. Second Party, Chapter 1. The old train made barely 300 kilometers an hour. Despite this reduced pace, it danced on its springs like a common wagon. It slipped badly on a barely maintained magnetic track, stained with plaques of oxidation that slowed or accelerated its speed in ridiculous spurts. Julius's face was pressed against the window as he watched a desolate and monotonous landscape pass by. An endless sea of gravel with some gentle undulations here and there, broken up by an occasional solitary tree with a massive trunk. The young man fell asleep. A sudden stop threw him forward onto his guide's knees, who was seated in front of him. The guide let out a chuckle. C'était un petit homme au visage noir, nommé Diaz. Après un bref pardon, Julius jeta un coup d'il par la fenêtre en étouffant un bâillement. Il sursalta devant une pancarte écrite indiquée en grandes lettres rouges. Terminus. Non, dites Diaz, ce n'est pas ce que vous pensez. C'est juste le nom de la ville. He told us that once the magnetic road ended at the foot of the first mountains. A small town called Terminus had been built there. Yes, he said to Julius, who was inquiring about it with his gaze. But now the train goes further. We had extended the road ever more in the Dantean scenery of the chain, and even beyond the great passes, sort of grand and demonic Thermopylae with their marble cliffs, and other towns had sprung up like mushrooms. Terminus, 2, 3, and even up to Ete de la Poudre, Hanon. It was fine and slippery, like talc. Diaz showed the peaks. Up there it would have been much worse. You should learn not to step anywhere. Julius looked up at the gigantic black cliffs that circled a vivid purple sky. Very high up, big-winged birds were soaring in vast circles, cawing in a somber tone. The distant echoes returned noises of waterfall. Below, the little town clasped its wooden shacks and prefab panels together timidly around the station, as if the buildings themselves had wanted to take the train to flee. This far-flung corner of the world, Julius felt his sleeve being shaken. "Hey, traveler, are you dreaming?" He gave the guide a yellow smile. "It's very beautiful here," he said, "but how do I say? It's scary." Yes, that's what I wanted to say. And yet, I know some really ugly places in every way. Yeah. It's beautiful like death, exactly. You know how to choose the right words. Julius shrugged as if he were shivering. He threw a look at the empty pier. The 2 or 3 people who had gone down with them had disappeared long ago. The train had been overwhelmed by a score of passengers, its doors shut, and was already speeding in the other direction with a noise like scrap metal. It would soon disappear into the mauve shadow of the great passes. "And now?" demanded Julius familiarly. "Follow me," the guide said to him as he turned away and set off down a poor street where little dust whirls and old newspapers' leaves were swirling about. Julius passed his suitcase from hand to hand and caught up with his companion. He observed him surreptitiously and found him sallow-faced with purple rings around his eyes. But it was the unhealthy brightness of the sky that caused them to see a man of like complexion. They covered 100 meters without seeing anyone else. "It's pretty deserted, isn't it?" said Julius. "Oh, it's just the time. Most people are at work." "What work?" Diaz pointed with his hand something on the sides of the height. Julius opened his eyes and stared at the light shade of his fingers. A long silver snake dropped down and seemed to jump from cliff to cliff. It disappeared into a thicket of trees far away at the bottom of the black circus. "A stream? No. It's the staircase," he said. "From a distance it does indeed look like a stream. But it isn't water flowing. It's metal rising, an endless elevator that climbs the mountain." "Why?" you ask. "To take the workers to the diamond mines," he answers. "And in the evening we will bring them back down. You'll see it for yourself. Tomorrow we'll use it. It will save us a good quarter of the climb." They had slowly waded through a maze of sandy streets and approached a large 3-story rectangular building. Diaz pushed the doorbell with her hand. The door opened immediately, pouring out into the street streams of smoke, music, and human voices. They entered a vast hall and advanced between the tables where miners were eating, drinking, playing cards, or telling stories to some women with weary faces. They walked through the whole hall, and Diaz stopped in front of the bright plans of the building. He asked Julius to choose the rooms. Julius put his hand in his pocket and slipped some diamonds through the openings of the device under 2 lit lamps showing 2 free rooms on the top floor. The panel spat out 2 keys into a metal coffer. When Julius was in his room, he locked it up tight and dumped his suitcase on the bed. Then he went and opened the window balcony wide. He leaned for a moment against the support rail, his eyes fixed on the peaks. The circus was solemnly quiet, disturbed only by the cries of some soaring vultures. Slowly, the night filled the depths like black water. Suddenly, a great metallic click rang out. Julius saw the metal staircase begin to move and glow like the skin of some reptiles in the Argonian forest. Slowly, a human murmur permeated the quasi-religious calm of the mountains. And, from very far away, Julius saw tiny spots, staining the stair-castellated spots, then clumped together in disorder. And each spot was a man sitting or standing on the steps. A team of miners was heading back to 6 Terminus. The noise gradually increased as the hour progressed. Soon, it was pitch black, and a few isolated lamps came on in the settlement. We heard the rumble of engines, the slam of doors, some drunken songs. Argolay appeared as a thin crescent in the sky, accompanied by its 2 moons, which were no more than 2 small, faint patches of light. Julius returned to his suitcase, opened it, and emptied its contents on his bed. Then he quickly scribbled a note on a sheet ripped from a notepad on the table. Dear Marcia, I am at Terminus 6. All is well. We will start the ascent tomorrow. I'll be on the other side in 2 days. Be prepared to send me what I'll ask for. See you soon. Julius. He threw the basket sheet into the large suitcase and closed it. He inserted the key in the lock and counted correctly the progressive insertion of the key in the lock. 3, 5, 10. When he had finished the rites, he opened the suitcase again. The next morning, Diaz knocked on Julius's door early. When he opened the door to the guide, he saw him carrying an cumbersome load of mountain gear. Here you are, said Diaz as he dropped a tangle of ropes, special clothes and piton pegs onto the wooden floor. I've got everything I need. Please get ready. The elevator will depart in an hour, and I plan to take advantage of that. Julius leapt out of bed, yawning, went to take a quick shower, and then returned to the room by rubbing his torso with a towel. He then threw the towel in a corner and indicated the clothes Diaz had left on the floor. I need to put this on. Diaz spread his arms to show his own clothes. We'll look like 2 twin brothers, he said. And he helped Julius to put on a stiff canvas trousers, a belted jacket, boot toppers and boots with pointed toes. At the last moment, he picked up some sort of haversack and wanted to put it on Julius's shoulders. This one protested. I have what's needed already, he said, showing his suitcase. Diaz opened amazed eyes. You want to climb with that? You're crazy. It's not practical at all. It's barely good for the Spationef or train. I insist, Julius smiled with a stubborn air. The guide scratched his head. Listen, we could work something out. I'll adjust the straps of your duffel bag to your suitcase, but it's going to hurt your shoulder blades, my old man. And then the shape is too regular. There's going to be a terrible swaying. I don't like that. You'd better leave this suitcase at the train station locker room if you're attached to it. Not only do I hold on to it, but I insist on taking it with me, Julius repeated. Diaz let out a sigh that would shatter your heart. Well, if you do fall off a cliff, at least I can rest easy knowing I did my best to warn you. I'll make it right. 2:45 later, they arrived at the foot of the stairs. They mixed in with a crowd of workers, whose bleary eyes and drawn features were testament to the small hours. I glanced at their attire with a surprised look, but without asking any questions. They climbed the moving staircase and passed rows of workers already sitting on steps. They took their seats in turn and, with eyes fixed on the horizon where day had not yet risen, Julius thought to himself that those rows of benches, those hundreds of whispering heads, and that atmosphere of waiting made the circus like a gigantic concert hall, where the intermittent song of distant waterfalls seemed an orchestra tuning its instruments. He turned his head towards Diaz. "Perhaps we could get ahead and go up a bit higher." Diaz looked at his watch, saying, "There's no need. The stairs are about to start moving." And as he spoke, a tremor shook the steps. They began to rise with some jolts. Then more regularly, in the sound of a giant clacking, we saw a good 100 stragglers emerge chaotically from a wooden tavern and settle on the free steps that emerged from the ground. Some were eating sandwiches or drinking from bottles of reddish drinks. As he climbed, Julius saw a fantastic landscape unfold around him of cliffs, scarps, and strange moorns, bearing rock pyramids in dubious balance over the abysses. For the circus was no more than a small enclave within a wider setting, and fantastical peaks were slowly emerging from the horizon. 2 steps down, a miner had spread himself out from head to toe, and was sleeping on the metal of the staircase, his head hidden in his bent arm. Even lower down, men sat in small groups, gesticulating as they talked, but their voices were drowned by a great mechanical noise, and only occasional laughter or exclamations broke through. Julius fit to mount a workman, who leapt the body of the sleeper stretched out, brushed past Diaz, and went to sit at a dozen degrees higher, his chin in his hands, with his grey eyes a kind of desperate gloom. Julius leaned on Diaz's ear and roared, "How long does it take to climb?" Diaz raised one finger. Julius opened his eyes, crossed his arms across his chest, and slowly fell asleep, with his torso securely supported by the straps of his suitcase placed on the top step. Shouts woke him up, along with the feeling of being lost in the middle of a storm. He first saw only a large white sky crossed by a very dark, wide wing, like a sail. Plumes were flying. He noticed that Diaz was clenching his fist on his shoulder and shouting, "Lie down!" In a split second he saw the faces of the workers, convulsed by fear. They were looking at him, pointing with their fingers. He felt a strong wind on his face. Frightened, too, he himself could not obey Diaz, for the straps of his suitcase always crossed over his chest and prevented him from lying down on the step. He lifted his eyes and saw a bird of fantastic size coming towards him. The beast was all wings, between which one could distinguish a plumed body and a large simian-like head, almost human. He saw also haws drawn towards him. They seemed gristle-like of metal and came closer at a terrific rate. He raised his elbow before his face and felt his forearm ripped to the bone. Closing his eyes, he made an instinctive relax of the other arm, a fight reaction. He felt his fist hit very hard into hard flesh. An atrocious stench made him reopen his eyes. A giggling head with yellow teeth breathed its breath into his face without warning. The broad flapping of the great black wings hid and revealed the clear sky in irregular spots. Julius didn't know where he was anymore. He had forgotten the stairs, the guide, the workers, and the mountains. He was in another dimension, in a world void of meaning, with an opponent who had murderous intentions. Julius felt lifted, torn from the ground. Then he rolled on one side, bruising his back against a sharp slope. He spun with a heavy and light mass, in a storm of feathers and piercing cries. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists at random on a long, muscular limb. Something ripped his other arm, then his shoulder. He fought the urge to let go, despite the pain. He broke the limb with a sharp snap onto his knee, like a dead wood stick. Then he realized he was riding on a body convulsing with sobs. He squeezed his thighs as tightly as he could and pounded the dark mass he was holding with powerful fists. He struck regularly, methodically, with the monotony of a metronome. And when he got tired, he slowed down a bit in his pace but kept on hitting. feeling his fists sink into every punch like they were sinking into a sandbag that wasn't very well stuffed. He went up to the limit of his strength. Half conscious, he made one last blow too wide and too soft, and his torso swayed several times from back to front. He fell with his nose in a bunch of feathers, his shoulders crushed by the weight of his suitcase. Chapped to thread, his fainting lasted only a few seconds. The cool wind from the heights blew across his brow, drenched in sweat, and stirred some feathers that tickled his cheek uncomfortably. He unbuckled the straps of his suitcase and leaned a bit to one side to roll it on the floor. Then he stood up straight, with his hands, and stared, spellbound, at the strange corpse. He saw only a black and fuzzy heap, with a long wing extended like a dead spider's leg, the other lying curled up. Of its face, he saw only one large naked ear, dirty as a monkey's, which jutted from a confused heap of feathers and blood. He suddenly raised his head, and felt a powerful blow to the chest, as he saw himself precariously balanced on a tiny ledge, overlooking the abyss. There was just room for him, the corpse, and the suitcase. And by a miracle the suitcase was jammed right at the edge of the vast abyss. Julius was seized by convulsive trembling and closed his eyes. In spite of his disgust, he reclined on his side with his chin in the feathers. He waited for several minutes, getting mentally accustomed to accept with calm the situation. Then, little by little, he opened his eyes without moving. At last, he could look into the void with a fairly normal vertigo. He was able to raise his head without any danger of being sucked into the abyss. He looked up and saw a rocky, barren slope. He cautiously stood on his elbows, hands, and knees. The dead man's soft, putrid body made him slide a little to the wrong side, and he only had time to lean on the edge of the ground with the tips of his fingers. A sweat of anxiety began to run down his face again. His safety depended on a thread. Very slowly he backed away, managing to firmly crunch his knuckles into the protrusions of a rock. His shoes slipped a bit, and one of his feet yelped into the void. But he managed to sit atop the uncomfortable ledge on a less dangerous projection. He lay prostrate and reached out his hand to retrieve his suitcase. Without her, I'm lost, and any expedition is useless, he thought to himself. He extended his fingers. His fingernails brushed against a strap. He tugged. The suitcase turned on its axis and disappeared behind the ledge of the cornice, giving a jolt to Julius's arm. The young man, flat on his stomach on a very steep slope, felt the weight of the object causing him to slide a few centimeters towards death. He firmly planted the tips of his shoes in the rocks to break the descent. He dug his elbows and placed his forearm as deeply as possible into the gravel. He tugged with all his might, but the strap remained tight. The rectangular suitcase was caught under the ledge. The aching muscles kept him in an awkward and silly position, so he looked at the vast emptiness and had another attack of dizziness. This dizziness was dispelled by voices, and Julius first thought it was an auditory hallucination. But the voices drew near, and Julius turned his head towards the heights. He spied two human figures descending toward him from rock to rock. He collected himself and clenched his fists tighter. His entire arm ached, all the more so since he had neglected the wounds he had incurred in the heat of action. Soon he could recognize the voice of Diaz yelling his name in a frightened tone. He can see me, Julius thought to himself. He can see me, believe that I'm dead. And I can't move to reassure him. I don't have the strength. But Diaz knew he was alive. He had seen him turn his head. Followed by a workman, he approached the young man lying down, and they pulled him by the feet. Julius gathered his strength to protest. "No," he said. "My suitcase, let it go, old man." "No. I don't know why you're so attached to that suitcase, but I suppose we have to do your bidding." What a stubborn one. The worker stifled an exclamation. "Damn! Look at this, Diaz." He pointed to the corpse of the winged monster. It was the turn of the guide to swear. "The monkey! It's— Damn near killed him, Julius." The young man, pushed by the weight of the suitcase, slid a good 10 centimeters towards the abyss. His two rescuers had almost forgotten about him. They hurried to bring him back up higher, without forgetting about the suitcase he held so dear. Relieved, Julius smiled, and let himself be carried away by the delightful half-faint waves. With his eyes closed, he could hear other voices. "Hey, guys, come see! Is he dead? No, he killed the monkey." Clattering of hoofbeats a few inches from Julius's ear. Tramping, without using his hands. That can't be true. "See for yourself." "Damn! Help me." Pull him by the wing. "The wing is broken. You're talking about a trophy." "Catch." "He's all bruised up. We'll have to get him stuffed." "Killing a flying monkey with your bare hands. Can you believe it?" "He's tough, that guy." And Diaz's voice. "For now, he's not at all tough." "You better help me get him back to the stairs. He needs medical attention. His wounds could get infected." Julius opened his eyes when he was laid out on a stair riser. The latter hadn't stopped his regular ascent, but a certain number of curious ones had jumped in stride to get the news, and the young man was surrounded by faces at once admiring and worried. Lie on his back. Julius let himself be massaged by the vibrations of the metallic steps, and looked at the sky where colorful clouds were forming and breaking seas of mist or drifting shores. However, the young men spoke with large gestures, and in the din one often heard the words flying monkey or shit, these two words being apparently synonymous in thick language spoken at Terminal 6. Meanwhile, Diaz had removed the wounded man's jacket and examined the wounds. They seemed serious, but not worrying. "We are almost there," he said into Julius's ear. The young man sat down despite his companion who wanted to stop him. He made it clear by gestures that he felt strong enough, and looked up. He saw himself in the sky, between two big rocks, a kind of landing stage resembling an indoor ski jump, but without snow. Further on one could see prefabricated buildings made of tin and the metal arms of giant cranes. The news of the accident had preceded them, for the landing stage was filled with people. Two workmen took the big corpse by the wings and raised it with their arms so that they could show it to others from afar. And the crowd let out a great murmur of satisfaction which drowned the din of the staircase. But when Julius put his foot on the firm ground at the arm of the guide, and when news of his victory spread among the miners, cheers broke out everywhere. And it was necessary that Diaz should take control to prevent the crowd from carrying the young man off in triumph. Julius was trained to buildings, and soon found himself lying on a hospital bed where a man in white clothes bandaged his wounds and made him swallow the contents of an ampoule. The doctor had pushed all men out of the room except for Diaz. When he had finished his treatment, he sat by the side of his wounded man and had the guide recount the feat to him. Then he hit Julius on the shoulder and said, "You're getting off easy, old man. When will I be up?" he asked. He answered in his jargon, "As soon as the hematopoietin takes effect, that is to say tomorrow. You have mostly lost blood, and your injuries are only impressive. However, refrain from violent work until after tomorrow. Is your attachment physically hard?" "I'm not from here." The doctor looked surprised. "What are you doing here?" "It takes a crazy person to come to this corner without reason. I have mine. Well, I ask for nothing, my little old man," he said with a slightly annoyed air. He looked at Diaz and quickly said, "Do you know him? Stop him from doing the zookeeper when he leaves tomorrow." He left saying loud enough to be heard, "I've got enough on my plate with the juveniles. If tourists start coming around for the pure joys of ascent, I haven't finished mending broken legs." Chapter 4. Julius climbed slowly behind Diaz. Corded, they advanced along a path on the ledge with a fairly steep incline. On their left were black chasms, opening up on the slick side of the mountain. The sound of rushing water coming from hidden valleys below could be heard. In places wind had gathered yellow sand, and the guide took advantage of a small terrace to put on long spiked crampons. Julius listened attentively to Stefan Wul's advice. Then, slowly, they began to ascend. From time to time, Julius would cast a glance behind him, and below recognized the place where he had been just half an hour earlier. He asked, "No monkeys around here? They're everywhere in the mountains, you know." Still, it surprised me to see one in Terminus 6 Circus. Normally, they only approach the settlements at dusk to graze on the garbage heaps. In one sense, this makes the streets easier to clean. And they gang up in numbers to attack a lone man. Julius laughed ironically. "Bad luck. I had to meet a particularly brave monkey. It's a pretty tough animal." "I noticed that. Your shoulder hurts?" "A little," Julius lied, "and the scratches on my forearms are just a little itchy under the bandages, that's all." He was afraid the guide would decide to turn back if he confessed to feeling terrible. Aching at every slight exertion. The guide approached a notably steeper ramp. "You'll have to watch your step," he said. "Don't slip, the sand's treacherous." He climbed more slowly still, scraping the sand placas that seemed dangerous with his gloved hands before putting a foot to them. He asked, "Your sacred suitcase isn't too heavy. If you're not sure of yourself, we can swap loads." "It's okay. Don't worry about me." The ramp became more narrow. They emerged on a vertiginous cliff, a huge crater from which fume rose yellow. Diaz turned an anxious eye to his client. "It's going to get tough. Are you sure you don't want to see the mountain?" Julius replied firmly, "I've already told you that I want to cross over there." The guide shrugged his shoulders. "You must be a little crazy, I imagine. I swear there's nothing to see on the other side. It's not picturesque. It's desert. I want to see this desert." Diaz continued walking, murmuring, "After all, it's you who's paying." Then, changing the subject, "Up ahead there's some kind of chimney. But it's been at least 5 years since I've been around here, so I wonder if it still exists." The left wall was split by a crack. In fact, it was no more than a loose block that hung miraculously to the mountain. They came to a turn in the ramp. Diaz uncoiled some rope and tied a secure knot around a rock protrusion. He gave the rope several tugs to test its strength. "Stay there," he said. "I'll go around. I need to climb up about 10 meters to find a good handhold again. When you hear me scream, you can untie this and follow me. If I fall, I'll hold on to the good end." Julius nodded assent, and the guide, with his body pressed against the rock, passed the turn and disappeared from his eyes. He could be heard gasping and panting on the other side. Then a swear word was muffled as a rain of gravel fell into the chasm. Julius's heart beat faster. "Well, are you okay?" he cried. After a brief silence, Diaz's voice answered, "I'm fine, but it was close. A small block broke loose under my sole. You'd better take care later on. The rock is fragile around here." After a few minutes of waiting, Diaz's voice, now distant, shouted, "Go ahead." Julius unraveled the rope. Then he imitated the guide and passed through the dangerous spot. The weight of his suitcase slicing into his already sore shoulder. He had to spread his legs wide in order to put his left foot on the nearest possible roughness, and he remained like that for a moment, half split, the glistening figure of a sweat pressed against the rock, deaf to all other sound but his own panting. He finally realized that Diaz was calling out to him. "Go hard, my old man." He lifted his eyes. assailed by the Baroque thought that this simple blink of an eye could create an imbalance. He saw Diaz riding on a relatively comfortable ridge. He also saw the rope coiled around a peg in a rock. He felt the fantastic emptiness behind him, and his imagination filled this emptiness with a terrible ability to attract. He had a completely idiotic thought. Perhaps the void attracts human flesh like a magnet attracts rust. Suddenly, he made up his mind and relaxed his right leg. And what he feared happened. His left foot came off. He fell, his cheek gouged by the rock as if by sandpaper. He felt himself hanging from the waist as a spider at the end of its thread. "Nothing broken?" Diaz cried out. No! This response had cost him. He was sick with dizziness. Then he heard the guide launch into a great friendly laugh, and he hated it. Ha! Ha! Your first fall, right? It shakes the nerves. And yet, he understood. He knew that Diaz's laughter was part of his job. It was a question of psychology. Nothing better than a laugh could have expressed to Julius that this incident was very banal. He gathered courage and, out of pride, laughed too, with nervous fits, as unnatural as possible. Then he put his feet on the rock and climbed by pulling on the rope. A little later, he found himself beside Diaz, atop the ridge. Diaz drew a flask from his pocket and handed it to him. Julius drank a mouthful and gave it back without thanking him. He was still panting. "You're brave," said Diaz. Julius gave him an evil look, suspecting flattery, but he found nothing disagreeable in the guide's expression. "Frankly speaking," said Julius, "I was very much frightened. Do not tell me that I am brave." You laughed. I forced myself. Do not tell me you did not notice it. It was a fake laugh. I know, said Diaz, looking far away. But in some circumstances there is a lot of courage in pretending to laugh. Chapter 4, the first day in the mountains, was only painful for Julius. The second day was terrible, and he had all the trouble in the world to hide from the guide the pains in his arms. Fortunately, the path was not dotted with extraordinary difficulties. To his great surprise, he felt almost healed on the third day, and the view of the flat desert gave him courage. "Here it is, your desert," said Diaz. Viewed from the top of the Black Mountains, it was like a sea, a bright yellow-tinted sea, frozen and immobile under a purple sky. The landscape was of solemn simplicity, cut in two by the horizon line, purple above that line, yellow below. And nothing came to mar this emptiness save for some rocky outcrops far to the east. Then, said the guide, "It's beautiful." "What?" Yes, it's beautiful. But I meant, what are we doing?" "We're going down, of course." The guide had a satisfied expression and gestured for Julius to go ahead. "What?" said Julius. "Is that the way to go?" "Of course. Why take another path?" Julius shook his head. "No way," he said. "I believe there's been a misunderstanding. I didn't say, let's go back down, but let's descend. That is, this way, towards the desert." The guide stood stock still. "You're completely mad." Then he said, waving his hands, "No, listen, I didn't mean to offend you. It's none of my business. I'm only paid to help you in the mountains. As for your objectives, I'm supposed to give a damn about them. But there, between us, why are you doing this?" Julius wrung his head. "I am disappointed, Diaz," he said. "I took Kang's word for you, and attributed to you the same qualities as him, a shut mouth when it comes to unnecessary questions. In his own way, he is someone. Kang. Why aren't you like him?" He left no stone unturned in describing the situation perfectly earlier. "You're only paid to help me in the mountains. One point, that's it. I don't want to offend you either. I'm just asking you to do your job. I am the client. And my wish is that you take me down into the desert and leave without turning your head. What? You've chosen a complicated suicide, old man. Why go through such a long journey if it's only going to end like this? A good little blow to the forehead with a pipe, and you were quiet. Because I warn you, what you have in front of you is a desert, all serious. The best of its kind. And do you know how many water points there are from here to the bottom of the sands? 1. So what? What's so? Well, that means that we will die of thirst on the descent, my little old man. And when we are half dead, with a swollen tongue between our teeth, we will only come across this puddle. What? Water which you must strain through your handkerchief or your socks if you don't want to eat too much dirt. Because I did not plan for your madness. So I didn't bring any filter. So, at that place there, if you decide to come up, it will be just in time. You will carefully fill your stomach and your small belly. And you will have just enough to come up here and rush 2 kilometers down on the side of civilization before you die. But the slightest mistake, the least bit of delay would prevent you from arriving in time to drink the precious few drops that would save your life. That's the situation. A little horse. He sat apart on a log, as if he wanted to give Julius time to decide. He turned his head around his shoulder and added, I can bring you back from the water point here if we avoid any accidents. But you on your own, you have no chance at all. As for going down to the desert to the bottom, what? No way. Julius scanned the rocky, barren slopes that dropped down to the sands. Where is it? This water point, Diaz pointed. You won't see it from here, but it's over there, behind those big shadows that look like black ghosts. You see what I mean? Yes, well then, it's back there. There's a small gorge with some suffering bushes and mud in a rock crevice. That's all. Would you please take me there? Diaz remained motionless for a good moment. Julius could see only Diaz's back turned and his neck bristly. Finally he stood up with a sigh and hung the rope on his arm without looking at Julius. You are the customer, he said. Julius extended his hand. Give me your coin. For what? From now on, I will ration the liquid. I'm sorry, but you won't be drinking without my permission. Julius was about to reply that he could easily ration himself, but he consented to give Diaz a small mark of submission. To please him, he handed him his purse. It was terrible, much worse than Julius had imagined. Out of pride, the young man didn't ask for a drink even once. He waited always that Diaz proposed it to him. But at moments, he suspected the guide of prolonging intentionally the intervals of sobriety to try him out. The rock heated by the sun burned the hands, even through the gloves. It was necessary to open the mouth to breathe a furnace atmosphere. It was almost pleasant to drink the sweat that flowed from the cheeks to the lips. But a moment came when it seemed that the sweat itself was drying up. Julius saw the guide's silhouette dancing before him among the stones, a silhouette which at times drooped, as seen through a warped window. And the young man had to observe his companion with the severest attention, for the indecisive and vague gestures of the silhouette were all suspicious. Julius suspected him of drinking without telling him, and hallucinating from thirst, he thought. Why does he always turn his back on me? Why? He's quietly drinking, that bastard. If I find out, I'll kill him. But when the guide let fall seated in the shade of a rock and offered him his cup, Julius found the strength to feign some calm and did not rush on the drink as all his flesh pushed him to do. Gently, huh? Diaz said in a soft and dry voice that was barely audible. Just a small sip. Julius took a moderate sip and let it last. Then, docilely, he returned the gourd to the guide. He had to admit that the latter was right to deprive him of it. They were at the water's edge in the middle of the afternoon. The two gourds had been dry for a good hour. To boost their morale, the two men had breathed in deep from the containers, imagining that they carried some dampness and a metallic taste. They lay on their stomachs at the edge of a stinking mud hole. "Do as I do," Diaz said, and he dipped his gourd into the thick mud after having stopped up the throat with the stuff of his handkerchief. Slowly water oozed in at the joints, and they drained out a liquid brown in color and tasting like bad eggs. Then they lay down in the meager shade of some bushes, and Diaz obliged Julius to eat with him the contents of a tin can. Then they drank some more, and when they were about able to speak, Diaz murmured, "Now," shut his eyes and gritted his teeth. He clenched his hand on a handle of his suitcase. He needed to feel that suitcase strongly in order not to give up. He looked at Diaz and asked, "What altitude are we at?" "About 1,500 meters. Julius gave a small smile. "Under 2,000 meters, he could manage on his own." He breathed. "Now, you can start again when you feel up to it. I'll stay here. Or, rather, I'll go in the other direction. I'm going to the desert." The guide remained silent. Then he turned on his side to try to sleep. The energetic, Julius considered for a long moment the weary features of Diaz. Sweat and dust had stained his face with yellowish streaks. He looked like he had lost quite a bit of weight in just a few hours. Julius rubbed his hand over his own face. He thought that he himself was certainly not a sight to behold either. Then he glanced at his suitcase in the corner. His suitcase, everything. The temptation was there, right next to him. He placed his hand on the lock and stroked it idly. Suddenly, made up his mind, he quickly glanced to make sure that Diaz still had his eyes closed. The guide had a loud, steady breath. He seemed to be sleeping soundly. Julius couldn't resist any longer. He opened the suitcase and the life of everything it contained, washing clothes and nourishing powder boxes. Then he scribbled on a piece of paper, "Dear Marcia, we are so close to the desert. Please send something to drink. Julius." He closed the suitcase after placing his short letter inside. He hit the lock in accordance with the rhythm that he now knew by heart and forced himself to wait for 10 good minutes. He was watching Diaz. Is he going to wake up? He'll wonder what I'm doing with my suitcase and catch me red-handed. What will I find to say to him? I am a poor sort for letting myself go like this. I shouldn't have. It isn't good that he should know that my suitcase is a transmitter. I have made enough of a show of myself as it is. He glanced at his watch and eagerly opened his suitcase. He nearly broke down in tears, but they were of joy. Cold and round under his impatient hands, he felt 2 bottles. He unscrewed one with a nail and drank long gulps, tears in his eyes. Calmed down, he realized that there was a piece of paper lying on the floor. He must have dropped it without realizing it. He picked it up and leapt. "Dear Julius, I hope that will be enough for now. Ask what you want, my dear, and give me more detailed news if you can." "Later, Maraj," he said softly. He considered Diaz's back turned to him and felt sorry for the man. "I'm drinking," he thought. "I'm drinking. Not him. It's disgusting of me, but how do I tell him? There are 2 bottles. He deserves one." Which lie to find. Suddenly he didn't. He put all his affairs in his suitcase and took the other bottle. Under the heat of the sun, it was already warm. With the neck, he pushed Diaz's shoulder. This one sighed and turned painfully while opening an eye. Seeing what Julius was giving him, he straightened up at once with round eyes. He stammered something incomprehensible and grasped the bottle with roughness. He drank without trying to understand it. Then he looked at Julius, who was blushing. Diaz's entire demeanor was an intense question. "I had them in my suitcase." He lied. I did well, didn't I? Admit that I did well. Unconsciously, he addressed him by his first name for the first time. Diaz was so enraptured. How could you? Excuse me, Diaz. I should have told you sooner. All of Diaz's facial wrinkles suddenly relaxed into an expression of childlike joy. He took another drink and closed his bottle. One must be reasonable, he said. Then he looked at Julius with admiration. And suddenly, Julius heard the guide's thoughts in his head. He barely had time to say to himself, "Here I go again." I can't believe it, Diaz thought. This boy is half god or something. He kills a flying monkey with his bare hands, and yet has the strength to endure all this torture for hours without even asking for a drink. I've never seen anything like it, and I thought I was superior to him and took away his purse. Embarrassed, Julius looked elsewhere. He felt ashamed, aware that he did not deserve this admiration. Still determined to trudge through the desert sand? Diaz asked. Julius nodded affirmatively. The guide then stood on wobbly legs and said, "Well then, I think it's best we don't rot here if we want to make it before nightfall." Julius was touched by the dedication implied in this statement. Diaz agreed to accompany him down, but he thought that was not possible. Diaz would rather be a nuisance to him. He could not use the secret facilities in his suitcase in front of him, and even if he could do it without him knowing, it would be impossible for him to put a new bottle in his hand every half hour, and they would both die of thirst in a ridiculous way, with salvation right at hand. It was already cruel enough to send Diaz back on the other side, knowing that he would suffer terribly from thirst, while Julius would only have to place his consumption order via the transmitter. Julius decided to speak loudly. "No," and he put an unpleasant firmness into this simple word. Diaz looked at him without understanding. "No, no," repeated Julius. "You're going to leave me alone." "I'll go by myself into the desert." Diaz thought to himself. There are 3 possibilities, no more than that. Either he is mad. I've told him so anyway, but at bottom I don't think so. Or he wants to commit suicide, but this seems to me too complicated a method, unless he wants to expiate some unknown past sin, but all of this is just nonsense. He doesn't have the mystical turn. He had something to do in the desert and didn't want anyone to know. And he had a mysterious way of getting out of it. But really, I can't see who. These insightful thoughts were terribly annoying to Julius. He spoke as much as possible to prevent Diaz from reasoning any longer. "You should fill your canteen and add more water to what's in your bottle here. Better, or, for example, the drink will taste acceptable when you mix it all together. I'm going to help. You really want me to see you leave?" Cooper Diaz said with an assured tone. They exchanged a hostile look. Julius thought that this expedition had been badly planned. He should have found a plausible excuse before being driven into the desert. Everyone didn't have Kang's coolness and total curiosity. Kang was not normal. It was Diaz who was. He realized that he liked the guide a lot. He decided to play it straight as much as possible. He put one hand on Diaz's shoulder and spoke softly to him. "Listen, old man. Can I trust you? You don't have to, and whatever I can say won't change anything." Smiles Diaz. "We've known each other for too little a time." "Trust your instinct." "That's it, old man. I need you to leave me alone here, and I can't tell you why." Diaz smiled more widely. "I already understood that. But it's nice to hear it from your mouth." "It's reassuring, if you see what I mean. Well then, all right, fellow, I'll sweep the floor. I understand very well that we have secrets." He bent down to pick up his purse and added, "But your secret, it must be tight as a drum." Chapter 6. Diaz had been gone for a long time. Night was falling. Argole was still visible in the purple sky, almost black, but in an hour, after having gone around all her orbs, she would disappear behind the horizon. Julius thought that the time had come to solicit Marge's services. He slipped a little note inside the suitcase thus designed. The guide is far away now. If he still finds himself on this side of the mountain, perhaps he can still see me, but without distinguishing what I am doing. For me, I have looked into every fold of the ground and the cliffs. I cannot see it. The time has come, Marge. You must have the necessary send the pieces, but for security, wait 5 minutes between each sending, that I have time to empty the suitcase. He did not have long to wait. The suitcase was laid flat on a pile of gravel. The gravel suddenly crunched as if the suitcase had become heavier. Julius hurried to open it and pulled out a kind of saddle with straps and attached to a short metal mast, and Marge hadn't forgotten to have a drink. He drank long sips without spoiling himself, and he worked hard for about half an hour, having everything delivered that he needed. Julius had possession of new and clean clothes, a few weapons, enough food to last 2 days, a cooling helmet, and most importantly, a pile of mechanical parts designed to fit with the saddle. He consulted an assembly manual and, whistling to himself, set about putting all the parts together to create a dorsal reactor. He was amazed by all the conveniences he got thanks to his suitcase. It maximized the difficulties of running a business in a hostile country. He could always ask for one thing that he had forgotten or get a faulty appliance replaced. He didn't need to stock up on food in advance, as he could order it daily. He might change his equipment as the regions he was crossing presented different difficulties. When he had set up his reactor, he carefully packed all his belongings in his suitcase and put a ray gun and some common objects around his belt. He then attached his suitcase to his chest, slid the saddle between his thighs, and tightened the straps of the reactor. Night had almost fully fallen, not enough to obscure visibility entirely. Julius could easily gain sufficient altitude and glide over the rock-like cliffs down to the desert sands. He pressed a little on the ascent switch and felt himself lift off. He pressed harder and suddenly flipped twice, sending him careening into a rock. His reactor dragged him a few meters before stopping. Unconscious, Julius lay still, his forehead bleeding. He did not wake up for several hours, moaning under the iron cleaver that tore his face. He only had time to grasp his tube and shoot forward. The purple glow of the tube lit up a mess of large, dark bodies and snickering faces. Monkeys! Horrified, Julius kept shooting, long after everything had calmed down. Then, blinded by blood, he dragged himself on all fours and turned on his lamp. 3 giant monkeys were shot down in a heap around him. Gasping, Julius freed himself from the reactor in his suitcase. He first soaked a handkerchief with alcohol and washed his face as best as he could. His fall had given him a terrible headache. He regretted not having asked Marge for a medical kit. It was necessary to give up traveling immediately. Without his accident, he could have crossed the rest of the mountains at dusk. He would then have found himself in the middle of the desert, where there were no obstacles and the visibility was good even at night. It was no longer necessary to think about it. He berated himself for being too impatient to try out the reactor. The device was practical and took up little space, but it required delicate handling for a novice. Woe is me! Thinking I am a spaceship pilot and that I can't even get this little junk to work. He grumbled. I look like a fool, don't I? The best thing I can do now is sleep, unless... He thought of flying monkeys and decided to put up the tent. Sure, the shelter was flimsy against animals, but he hoped that the sturdy fabric would be enough to keep them at bay, or at least make enough noise tearing as an alarm call. Conquered by fatigue, he fell asleep on the ground, cultivating in his memory and images of Stella, in hopes of populating them with dreams. Diaz had heard Julius's cry and the howls of the monkeys in combat. Out of breath, he went down to the water's edge where he had left his companion a few hours earlier. But after retracing his steps 100 meters, he stopped, panting. What he was doing here wasn't getting him anywhere. He had almost no more to drink, not enough to reach his goal. With a heavy heart, He resumed the exhausting ascent in the middle of the night. He knew how far he could go without exceeding his limits. He knew he could camp out under the natural roof of green rock to wait for day. Arriving there, he would sleep a little before rushing, at the first rays of dawn, towards the spring, which he knew on the other side. He could then stock up on water and return to see what Julius had become. As he was reluctantly leaving him, he called him several times, shouting loudly. But Julius didn't answer. Diaz tried to reassure himself, thinking that the acoustics can be very tricky in the mountains. Since Julius was placed lower and at the bottom of a natural depression, it could easily be heard from kilometers away, as Diaz's voice didn't reach him. "I've never seen such a thing," Diaz murmured. "That man is crazy, yes. I should have knocked him out with one punch and brought him back by force." He was growing excited as he walked, but wasn't fooling himself about his imagination. He couldn't see himself knocking out a guy like Julius. He remembered that the latter had killed a monkey. This memory gave him courage. Julius tried to sleep as late as possible, long after the sun had returned. Then, under the relative shelter of the tent cloth, clad in the cooling helmet and drinking a good drink of liquid every quarter of an hour, he checked all of the reactor organs and concluded with pleasure that the apparatus had not suffered in its fall. He was more worried about his face. Without a mirror, he felt, by touching his forehead and cheeks with the tips of his fingers, deep scratches made by monkey claws. When he saw the time on his watch approaching, he left the tent and started to fold it. He packed all of his equipment ready to be locked in the suitcase, except for a few essential items that he intended to attach to his belt or stuff in his pockets. Shortly after, he sent a paper on Argoli using the suitcase. He received a medical kit and clean clothes from Margie. He changed his clothes and threw away his old dirty clothes, stained with blood and full of scratches. He cleaned and bandaged his face. He had set up his tent about 50 meters from the fight of the night before, to escape a subtle and unpleasant smell coming from the 3 monkey corpses. Before he left, it occurred to him to survey the animals he had defeated in the light of day once more. He found only skeletons and feathers. Other monkeys had come during the night and devoured their brothers. Some bones were broken and chewed by powerful teeth. Multiple paw prints plowed the ground around. Disgusted, Julius turned around and suddenly realized that he was still casually holding his old clothes in his arms. He let them fall to the ground and walked away. It was still early. There was no rush. Julius took his time to give himself a small lesson on reactor control. His fall from the previous day had been caused by too rough a maneuver. The machine was extremely sensitive, and one must request its responses only by handling the controls with great gentleness. When he became fully accustomed to using it, Julius strapped himself in cautiously, not knowing that Diaz would arrive at the scene an hour after his departure. He descended into the desert at low altitude. Happy with his feeling of omnipotence, he raced down the slopes, jumped over obstacles, leaped across hills. He felt as if he were wearing boots 7 leagues long. A false perspective had shown him the sand desert much closer, but he saw it recede as he descended. For the edge of a cliff always hid another one from view, and the landscape stretched its canyons and gorges far out among the sands, like riverbanks going down to a parched sea that had been dry for centuries. He frequently descended into these canyons to rest in the shade of the rocks. On the soft sands of yellow sand, he saw strange tracks and wondered what kinds of animals could live in such a devoid of moisture site. Arriving at the sea of sand, he made sure to stay away from it. But he followed its shores to the right, gradually curving his path along this desert-like depression. And by evening, he was about on the southwest line. He made his way down using the devices Marja had sent him, and cautiously returned to the mountains, searching for the great cliff leading to Glass Country. He found a passage of suitable altitude not to exhaust his apparatus and entered it. For an hour he navigated his way through a labyrinth of passages. He crossed a high rock peak, and suddenly there was blinding light. Though night had fallen, the landscape sparkled endlessly with ice-tipped needles of odd colors. Glassy stalagmites as large as grass blades and as tall as mountains. The crystal palace, the ice forest, the glass cathedral, the land of sugar. Stupidly, Julius was looking for children's opera titles. He was surprised not to hear an opening music or winter songs, as the spectacle reminded him of a seen fairy tale or a New Year's window display. But a fairy tale or a display on a colossal scale? For a moment, he would have admitted without surprise the arrival of flying sleds pulled by large swans and loaded with angels with snow-wing wings. He landed at mid-slope of a hill, itself an outpost of a higher hill framing a peak. The peak shot a translucent lace into the black sky. He took a step, heavily loaded by his stocked reactor and suitcase, his soul crushed in acerbic grasp. "Don't fall, especially. It would be stabbing itself on 1,000 knives." He raised his eyes. The light of Argo, blurred by rare fogs, formed a bluish halo. No longer whipped by the wind of flight, he was too hot and opened his collar. Then he loosened the jugular of his helmet, and the obtruders came out of his ears. He heard a cold and magnificent symphony, with subtle harmonies created by the breeze, which played the harp in the crystal needles, roared in the base of diaphanous obelisks, arpeggiated faint sounds among forests of uneven spears. This is the opening, he thought, the opening of the glass palace. First part, Julius. His eyes scanned the strange panorama. He expected to see hordes of enemy monsters appear. He saw something moving at the top of a ridge. A large crystalline block leaned slowly, about a mile away. He saw it wobble in silence, fall down the mountainside, bounce and roll into the bottom of a canyon. When the sound of the fall reached him, with its dull thuds and sobs and musical wails, it was like the moans of 1,000 pianos that had been dropped down a monumentally staircase. The echoes ricocheted and slowly faded away, cascading into 100 fantastical harmonies. Julius, dazed slightly, waited for the breeze to pick up its languid concert again. Then, in a low voice, he gobbled up. "You're shaking." "Yes." He zipped up his jacket and reconnected his helmet. He took off again quietly. Glass to infinity. Glass needles, glass foam, broken glass, floating here and there like threads of the Virgin or snowflakes. The oddness of the landscape was due to the fusion of the sodium silicate under the rain showers. He knew that. Rebelling against this blend, the silicates of lime had freed themselves from their gang and were sticking up all over with their menacing tips, which were colored differently according to the oxides they contained: red, blue, yellow, milky, violet. Irisations, halos, and spectra fluttered everywhere, changing lights. Julius followed the meanders of a kind of valley, a luminous canyon that stretched towards the west. After a few kilometers, the canyon became a fjord. A flat and unruffled water hid its bottom. As the speed of his flight, his soul slipped in a squeaking sound on the liquid, but in an astonishing way. The water did not gush out. He stopped, but remained suspended just a few centimeters from the surface. He extended the leg. The water seemed to be covered by a translucent cloth, solid as a fabric stretched from one side of the fjord to the other. He took a few more brave steps down, weighed himself down by all his weight, cut the contact off sharply. He stood in the middle of the gulf, standing in the middle of a flexible mirror that slightly sagged under his soles like a mattress. Was it really water? He stooped, scratched with his fingernail on a substance at once soft and resistant. He gave 2 kicks without any further result than to impress a pleasant swaying on the hole. He gave a harder kick which cut into the surface, stumbled to clear his wet leg, fell on his knees as the water slowly rose in the depression caused by his weight. He started up his silent engine and rose several meters. It was really water. At least the liquid appeared to have this property, but water covered with a non-flowable material like skin. This phenomenon was probably due to a high proportion of silicates in bizarrely aborted crystallization. Julius resumed his flight, taking advantage of the exceptional brightness of the night. He went much faster along the sinuous routes of the fjord. He soon came into view of an immense body of water. The fjord opened out onto a sea. He decided to fly over it for 100 kilometers and dived towards the horizon, its edges fainter in the distance. From time to time, without interrupting his flight, he consulted a map whose whites were numerous. The outlines of this sea were ill-defined on the incomplete map. The coast was often depicted by a dotty or dotted line. After half an hour, Julius turned around. The coast had disappeared behind him. He was alone above a vast mirror without stain. He laid himself down gently on it. The sea carried him on his elastic skin. He laughed like a child at the sight, looking down at his barely distorted reflection, standing beneath him boot to boot. But suddenly he thought of the idea that the depths of this sea might be inhabited, and felt a tingling in his legs. He put the machine into motion and moved away from the surface. He came back to land, and when he was 2 kilometers out, he went south along the coast. The sun and the storm arose together with an unheard-of violence. The star leapt from the clouds, a blinding violet, and Julius lowered his black glasses. A terrible wind made him spin, pushing him towards the bright shredded coast that sent large flashes of multicolored light under the rays of the sun. Troubled by the fantastical wind, Julius lay upon the sea. But it had ridiculed like the skin of boiled milk, then swollen with powerful waves that rolled like mussels under a giant epidermis. Julius rolled and tumbled on this moving carpet. Like a drunk man, he walked among the elastic and crazy hills that rose or suddenly retreated under his feet. He fell several times, with his heart in his mouth, bewildered. He approached a slightly calmer bay, and managed to reach the shore just barely. It was time. The sea tore here and there its web on the sore of the reefs. Julius prudently adjusted the ascending force of his apparatus so as to lighten his weight, but without giving flight power. Basculé by the gusts of wind, he put on thick gloves and climbed up a cliff. He took refuge in a kind of cave, more of an observatory, which dominated the ocean from about 30 meters high. There he undid his device and leaned against with a relative comfort. The ocean put on a display. It played a raucous duet with the wind. But while the breeze had, a few hours earlier, gently caressed the glass harps, the waters played wild, breaking the strings and tearing the bark off the staves. These were incredible bursts of sound with 1,000 resonances, and bouquets, sensational fireworks of frothing waters and wild light. Soul of splendor. Julius tightened the ear-flaps of his helmet more tightly. He closed his eyes and put his hands in his pockets, patiently waiting for the show that nature was putting on to end. This lasted for hours, and only stopped when night returned. Then, a small lost point in a lunar landscape, Julius could fly off towards the south. Chapter 8. Julius traveled for several days. Margie regularly sent him everything he asked for in his suitcase, and he returned the items to her that he no longer needed right away. This way of traveling in difficult countries was full of charm. Laden with the minimum, and without worrying about tomorrow, Julius felt a little on vacation. It was also very pleasant for him to be able to exchange ideas with his correspondent from Argol. In small letters they sometimes held real conversations. It was a little slow, of course, but it filled the loneliness of the traveller. He also had music recordings delivered to him, which he got rid of as soon as he was tired of them by throwing them carelessly towards Argol. However, it must be admitted that without his suitcase, an expedition in this country would have required very great means. He crossed vast expanses of swamp so wide that he had to stay in the air for a night of somnolence and pain. He passed a chain of volcanoes which made a real fire barrage. He had to seek an awkward air route and dodge dangerously between the columns of burning gas, the smoke rings and the flaming mists, as lost as a fly in a fire. But at dusk on the 5th day he knew that he was almost there. The sky was blood-red, sullied with dark clouds. Very low on the horizon he saw the characteristic silhouette of the dark cities. Thus they had named, to better describe, the mountains in the form of towers and battlements. Julius then realized that he had completed a full half-turn around the yellow desert. He was at the other end, just opposite where he had arrived with Diaz. At the thought of soon encountering Veles, he felt his heart tighten with apprehension. He lost a little altitude and flew less and less fast. He didn't want to be seen from afar. Slowly, he approached the ground and finally reduced his speed to that of a man's run, his soles just grazing the tips of the grass. The immense blocks of the dark cities lay like they were placed on a bare steppe, scattered with some bushes. A strange and captivating odor was floating here and there. Julius realized it came from large black flowers. He stopped, trod on the hard ground of the steppe, and leaned over a dark glossy corolla with a golden pistil. The perfume filled his head with a delicious, slightly morbid sensation. He had time to think that this plant would have been suitable in a graveyard, and felt himself sinking into a sea of dreams. He forgot everything. It was an extraordinary tangle of old hulls, trestles, and huge engines, so much that there had accidentally been erected scaffolds as high as the hill. They cut a fantastic lacework on the red sky. It was an ancient garbage dump, probably formed during a war. If the people of Walden or Argol had known about this inexhaustible junk, their historians and archaeologists would have rejoiced. Strange beings lived there. Sometimes shouts rose from this jungle of metal, where wide rusted sheets flapped a bit like leaves, and ships with open insides spilled jumbles of wires and cables as vines. Dead. Sometimes a bolt would fall from very high up somewhere. Half devoured by oxidation, it released and bounced down a flight of iron stairs, or tumbled from sheet to sheet of tin and carcass to carcass latticework, and echoes ran to and fro in the vast cemetery, as if the deceased crews had been disturbed from their eternal slumber. A regular thump brought Julius back to consciousness. In relative darkness, he saw fantastical, immobile shapes around him. He vaguely felt himself to be in a factory, but an insane one, filled with extravagantly complex machines that had sprouted like plants. Then he got the impression that he was being forced to do something, to make an extremely tiring physical effort, given his fatigue. Breathless, he listened. The regular thumping continued to be heard. It was like steps. It was like Julius had an inner rebellion. He said no to the force that pushed him to. To what? The thumping stopped. Out of breath, exhausted, and a bit forward inclined under the double burden of the reactor and the suitcase, Julius remained immobile in the shadows. Without being able to hold it back, he felt his saliva flood his chin, and he realized the noise came from his own footsteps, his own feet dragging one after the other on a metal walkway. No one was pushing him to continue, except for the strange somnambulism that the scent of black flowers had put him in. A somnambulism that had just ended. Julius Clignapais dans toutes les directions, attrapa une rampe en fer, et se laissa tomber assis. Sur la passerelle. À rester silence, il défit le valise et le réacteur, puis il s'allongea pour se reposer. Comment était-il arrivé jusque-là? Depuis combien de temps marcha-t-il sans le savoir? Et par où avait-il passé? Elle chassa de son esprit ces questions. Inutiles. Il essaya de régulariser sa respiration. He felt the hard contact of the walkway through his clothes soaked with sweat. It hurt his shoulders and spine, but he was too tired to change position. He lay still in the shadow, senses alert, nerves on edge. From time to time, he could hear a long sigh from the wind passing through the gears and pipe channels. High up on his right, a purplish glow fell from a rose window, as in a church. But this rose window was just a giant gear wheel cutting into the sky. Other noises came from all around. It was drops of moisture that fell one by one somewhere. Metal sheets that snapped suddenly under the action of a change in temperature. A chain swaying gently in an air. Current and ringing against an empty container. A spring which, as it relaxed, launched into discordant chords. Julius was nearly level with the floor and threw a few new messages on paper for Marsh. He asked for 2 tubes of rays and some small useful things. With his lamp, he searched for a hiding place and finally found an alcove under a tangle of multicolored threads. He put in his reactor and suitcase. Then he set about exploring the area slightly. The walkway circled the massive body several times, and Julius felt like he was hanging on to the side of a colossal gas meter. This was just a rocket that had been split in two by some projectile from the past. Higher up, the body waved towards the sky bits of metal that had frozen in strange convulsions. Julius followed the bridge for about 50 meters and found the road blocked by some kind of collapsed pylon against the rocket. He climbed on this pylon and descended down the metal crossbeams, slowly disappearing into the shadow. He stopped quite often and held tight to his helmet lamp, for his acrobatics were stirring up all sorts of distorted and misleading echoes. He listened for a moment and resumed the descent. He allowed himself to slide along a cable, took the risk of jumping headfirst onto a heap of scrap metal, which oscillated dangerously under the shock, and found a metal ladder. In some places the bars were so eaten away by rust that they gave way beneath his foot. He almost fell several times, got lost in a maze of tangled and twisted structures, went down again, looking for the ground. Through extraordinary scaffolding, he came to an unfathomable cave. Verdant moss hung from metal trusses and crossbeams. Somewhere there was a faint murmur heard. To cross a wide ditch with shredded metal edges, Julius hung himself on a plastic pipe and swung 2 or 3 times before jumping. But the pipe broke at the last moment, and the young man only had time to grab onto the edge of the abyss. He looked down and saw the same old tangled mass of chassis, girders, sheet metal, and machine remains, but he stopped short at a large flat mirror that gave it a symmetrical reflection. A very dark mirror, barely creased by the occasional falling of a time drop or two. Water. This incredible mess rose above a lake or pond. Maybe the old spacecraft carcasses had been thrown into a lake whose waters had since receded. All over, masts and mastheads were plunging into the black water like palmet's roots. Further on, an enormous assembly of ball bearings was making elegant arches à la Neo-Venetienne. The green moss swayed in a gentle breeze with the grace of forgotten scarves. The drops of water counted the seconds. Suddenly we heard the sound of a dive, then regular breaststroke. A little beyond the ball-bearing arches, Julius saw big circles expanding on the lake's surface. He backed up and ran along a sloped surface where his soles made an infernal noise. He didn't want to see the swimmer, whoever it was. Chapter 9. And even when a little reason returned to his head, he couldn't order his legs to stop running faster as they made more noise. The sound reverberated along the harsh metal walls, made the ultra-sensitive devices that had slept for millennia vibrate, got lost among its monumental gears, or returned on, itself disguised by terrifying harmonies. Julius, weakened by fatigue and perhaps the drugs he had inhaled, was filled with fear. He climbed by, tearing his gloves at the base of a shaky scaffold, whose pieces fell behind him. At the top he slid down the back of a sloping ramp that made him lose all the altitude he had gained. Noticing this only barely, he ran out of breath in a forest of cables and electrical wires for quite a height, came to a colossal room, crossed it, looked for an exit, lay on, his belly in an opening that opened at ground level and fell into a nauseating liquid-filled vat. He managed to get out without knowing how, climbed on a beam which he was about to fall off. The beam was slowly leaning down. Julius grabbed another one above him, but it was following the first one, and he only had time to hold on to it with all his might. In the light of his lamp he quickly assessed the situation, but it was already too late. What he had taken for beams were the spokes of a huge wheel. His weight had given that wheel an initial strong impulse. His teeth clenched. Julius felt himself spinning around completely once, twice, 3. The beam of his flashlight showed a succession of wild images as he went by. A fresco of bolts, cams, lever arms, dented sheets, pistons, a round of meaningless geometries. Vertigo intensified the amplitude of his senses' movement. He had to give up counting the lapses. For want of landmarks, he let go all at once, closing his eyes and curling up into a ball, almost certain he would be crushed between the teeth of a gear or impale himself on a broken mast. He felt himself spinning and fell, moaning against a slope. Limbs scattered, he rolled down the slope and plunged into something soft. He remained immobile, eyes closed, listening to the echoes of his fall and the descending din of the movement he had set in motion. When he opened his eyes, he saw a large piston slowly sinking into a shattered cylinder, pushing out and stopping halfway through its stroke. He looked for the wheel from which he had fallen and thought he recognized it. Very high up, in the middle of a jumble of broken parts. He finally looked around and realized that he was half buried in a block of black, viscous fat. He freed himself, slipping several times, and scrabbled at his clothes and soles with an old piece of scrap metal. Then he sat on what he thought was a connecting rod, but after carefully checking its immobility, and he felt humiliated and miserable. What stupid curiosity had pushed him to this exploration? He should have stayed as high up as possible instead, and especially not abandon his suitcase and reactor. What did he hope for? To find himself nuts or pieces of palladium? There were certainly large quantities somewhere, but where? We could have spent 10 years exploring this maze without finding it. Better to try to make contact with the Velis. It was the only solution, however unpleasant it might be to imagine. But far from playing all his cards, Julius had managed to find himself in the worst possible conditions. Lost, without luggage, without anything. He had 2 tubes on his belt. He realized he had lost one somewhere. It wasn't too bad. His thoughts returned to the mysterious diver who had triggered his panic. A value? Or some other water creature? He imagined hostile presence lurking nearby. Nervous, he turned off his lamp and waited for about a quarter of an hour in complete immobility. The silence was troubled only by distant splashes and the metallic moans to which he was becoming accustomed. He strengthened his resolve by running his hand along the barrel of his tube and finally made himself stand up. He relit his lamp. He thought it would be useless to try to take the path that he had taken to get there. It was necessary to go back up, go up as high as possible so you can orient yourself. The kind of cut spaceship where he had left his things was quite characteristic and quite large enough to be recognized from a distance, with its twisted scrapship sections and its gangway. Cables were tangled around a pylon, like vines around a tree. Julius grabbed them with both hands and made a recovery. He reached apparently solid stanchions and climbed without extraordinary difficulty. As he climbed, his lamp revealed an improbable tangle of torn casings, mixing their insides with pipes and wires, their plastic and steel skeleton, with here and there were blindless organs, dial boxes whose figures were now meaningless But where men could watch the good running of their apparatuses, giant lenses that still absurdly distorted, an open wound on the side of a machine, coils, isolators, selector boxes with gaping jaws, lamp blinds, huge machines with a hole-like window at their tops, like cyclopean iron, monsters vanquished by some Ulysses of old. All this leaning against each other, supporting each other in quirky poses or situations, giving the impression of great instability. But that had, over centuries, been welded together by rust or slowly cemented by limestone concretion. For in some places the mountain spring water ran over after having collected by 1,000 little paths from the very thin filter dripping millicubed along an underlay. From the drops jumping like a wall from bar to beam, and into the torrent sometimes poured through old pipe or old ship scuppers on stormy days, or if some broken partition suddenly released a liquid accumulated for months. Nowhere else, then, did the stone clothe the metal. Stalactites stuck out from the arches, and some of the vertical beams gradually assumed an elephantiasis-like appearance. The engine rooms in which the machines had escaped downwards, breaking through 3 layers of rotten plate with a single blow, were entirely encrusted on their frameworks with calcified limestone, and appeared like some Alhambra, where stainless steel rivets sparkled like jewels in parallel rows, almost completely isolated and protected by iron arches blocked between 2 hills. They had donned robes of rock, and leaned a little like the leaning towers of Pisa. One of them, bent in its middle, mimicked the delicate swaying of a giant Tanagra, but these were only visual illusions, and Julius was about to discover even more disturbing ones. Chapter X. It had taken perhaps 1/3 of an hour to descend to the lake, but coming back up was much more difficult. It seemed to him that he had been straining for hours. He looked with concern at the gradual wear on his gloves, for he knew that without them his hands would have been torn to the bone in minutes by the shredding metal. Exhausted, he no longer cared but to climb always, with obstinate and numbing perseverance, like a somnambulist. Without quite knowing what he was doing, he had clung to a vast plastic mesh where the handholds were relatively easy, but the mesh swayed like a bell under the arch of a massive landing tripod. Suddenly, Julius heard a tremendous explosion followed by a hissing sound. He jumped and swung wildly as an authoritative voice ordered, "Lorenz, old man, can you hear me? Evacuate cages 7 and 12 urgently." "Hello, Lorenz. Hello." A very badass curse, a click, and then, "Absolute priority, emergency network. Hello, I'm waiting for the top. Here A33, here A33. Top, thanks. Hello. Take note." Then, a series of numbers and letters with no apparent meaning, probably a coded message. This had been triggered somewhere in a rocket, the playback of an old automated logbook. Julius had brought this voice back to life by touching something. When the sound died down, Julius managed to pull himself up to the trapdoor, from which hung a mesh curtain. He slipped into the machine and climbed the creaky staircase to the upper floors. And suddenly he thought he was hallucinating. As he passed a cubicle, he saw someone moving inside. He grabbed his weapon and crept back to the suspicious door at a crawl. He leaned against it abruptly, ready to fire. The man who was standing opposite him, the rectangular opening of the other partition, seemed friendly. He smiled and made friendly gestures while his lips moved without making any sound. He wore strange mustaches, and his hairdo was terribly old. Well framed within the opening, it seemed like an ancestral portrait, but an animated one. Suddenly, the image became slightly blurred, as a reflection on calm water is abruptly disturbed by the passing of an insect. But the smiling ghost immediately reappeared, with its rounded gestures and heart-shaped mouth. Julius only realized at this point, recognizing the same expressions, that the screen had been stuck on the same sequence for centuries. The charming old man spoke enough for one to read his lips. Julius recognized with some effort a few phrases. Costly, my little, the space transmissions, but also I have sailed in this sector before. I like that my grandson is an officer aboard the Sapphire. And then Commander B is an old friend. It cost dear, my boy, space transmissions, but, and so on. It was painful to see the image of this dead man, addressing a dead man, condemned to this pantomime for years at the bottom of this black hole. What a hell. Certainly, images do not suffer. But it was a matter of personal sensitivity. Julius thought he would put her to rest and pulled the trigger. The screen suddenly turned black. Julius felt as if he had just murdered someone. He almost ran away, tripped on a torn carpet, took 3 quick steps forward to avoid falling. His sudden burst of speed propelled him into a neighboring room, where he barely grazed the lever which protruded from what appeared to be a tableau filled with dials and controls. The lever lurched several inches with a loud click. There was an odd pause, and then hell unleashed itself. A hissing sound emanated, jolting the entire rocket. The whistling gradually turned into a thunderous roar as huge metal blocks collapsed on top of each other outside. Julius had only time to push the lever back to its first position and cling onto a seat bolted to the floor. The tremors continued for another minute, with nails popping out of the walls. An infernal mess made rain masses of debris on the sound hull of the device. Finally, the noises spread apart. Julius wiped the sweat from his forehead with a reverse hand. Weary from their recent effort, he carefully sat down in the seat and looked at the control panel with a mixture of cautious trust and suspicion. All of the clocks and numbered indicators inspired by old techniques were to him like question marks. He had probably miraculously triggered the launch of a Spacian weapon that was in working order. When his pulse returned to normal, he hurried to access the upper floors and left through a crack in the dilapidated hull. The iron bars led him to the top. Above him was an opening with jagged edges. He could see daylight beyond a chaotic mess of debris. He climbed down from his perch through a tangle of old knotted pipes, ascending higher into the jumble of mechanical junk. Then suddenly he shuddered. His solitary journey had rendered him unfamiliar with his telepathic sense, and here he mentally perceived the powerful and barbaric murmur of a fairly large group. But he could not catch any known words, no coherent sentences, nothing but a heavy flow of primitive instincts and thoughts, barely translated into crude onomatopoeia. His first thought was that he had to do with a horde of various animals. However, the force of these thoughts made him dismiss this hypothesis. There was definitely something animal about it, but he sensed something else too, some unknown sense of pride and cunning with the general emanation of inherent wickedness, free-flowing. He couldn't pinpoint the origin of these emissions. From their power, they were no more than a few 100 meters away, and suddenly a cry frozen him in place. Some kind of hoarse meow from the depths, then sounds of running and diving. He looked up at the distant light of day and realized that he still had too far to go, and that the path was too long and too difficult to attempt an escape. Applying a method that he had tried earlier, he froze in his maze of old pipes, like a fly caught in a spider's web. Deep inside himself, he thought muddledly that the strangers wouldn't show up. But, after some consideration, it seemed impossible to him that they hadn't been intrigued by the recent commotion. His anxiety grew with the certainty, and indeed, sounds were approaching, and thoughts which could not be translated into human speech, but made up of both malicious and fearful curiosity, sinister dispositions, and sacred terror. This was the psyche of a primitive species. with magical beliefs. It is natural that it should be no other way. Chance had brought together a sinister kaleidoscope of surprises and perils in a setting far from reassuring. There were enough inexplicable things for primitive minds to be irresistibly drawn to ascribe them a magical cause. Julius easily imagined the effect on a savage by the mute and eternal pantomime he had encountered in the rocket, or by these voices that came from nowhere who put themselves, without warning, to launch sentences in code to all echoes. Fortunately, accidental triggers of machines or any type of device must have been quite frequent. Though warned by the noise, the Velos would not necessarily infer the presence of anyone, because Julius was gradually persuaded that it could be nothing other than the Velos. His fear was ridiculous if he had come to meet them, but he would have preferred to be in a strong position, in a strategically defensible location, and with his suitcase and the reactor. He blamed his lack of foresight and felt his nerves fraying as he imagined the difficulties of retracing his starting point. When he saw shivers running down the shelves of bric-a-brac, he crunched himself up and maintained total immobility. At the bottom of a rusted slope, piled up like red sand against a vertical partition, he first saw the end of a long beam tremble regularly, as if someone were walking at the other end while staying hidden under the forest of debris. Something was moving beyond a large bush of copper wires. If Julius had been stationed a little higher up, he could have seen. He slightly rose on the tips of his toes so that his gaze could peer through a crevice. He did indeed see something move, but the dim light falling from very high through a metal log cast small spots of light and distorted halos, which prevented any serious observation. Suddenly, a large shadow descended. Julius looked up and at first thought it was a flying monkey descending on him, but it was only a large sheet of metal, probably blown loose by the wind. The tin was tumbling down into the crater with contortions and graces of dead leaves, crying metal-crumpling cries, a distant noise still but coming closer at the speed of style. Falling. Julius feared that Velus's attention would be drawn by this incident. By lifting their eyes, they would discover him as well. He slid slowly into his web of pipes. However, the tin passed in front of him with a thunderous noise. It bounced against the side of the great rocket from which he had come out a little earlier and went to hang on the copper wires, just where he had just observed. It stayed there, swinging slightly while making crackling noises in the wires. Julius barely breathed. A horrific cry rang out, echoing under the metal canopy like a trumpet blast. The sound of hooves on iron could be heard, then hurrying footsteps, jumps, falls, all the commotion of a frantic dash for freedom that gradually faded away and died out completely. The end of a continuous beam continued to vibrate for an instant in the void while pinging a loose bolt. Then it was silence again. Julius let out a sigh of relief. If the fall of an old tin sheet was enough to scare the Velos, he wouldn't have any trouble keeping them in check. He checked the presence of his weapon in his belt and overcame his fatigue by swinging the rope he was in to reach a side hole between two large rocks. When the swing had enough amplitude, he hung himself with his hands, hesitated twice, made up his mind at the third, and let go all. He was hurled toward his goal and managed to cling to a large transverse bar that bent slightly under his weight. He entered a sort of ascending corridor that made 100 turns among an unlikely mess, and suddenly he felt the threat, a crazy threat so imminent that he fell on one knee, holding his weapon. He sensed the attack of an unseen and very close opponent. He adjusted the intensity of his torch, wanted to turn around, and was hit by a tremendous weight on his shoulders. His helmet rolled on the floor along with the torch. He struggled against a 100-armed being, realizing he was fighting multiple opponents, felt himself shaken, tugged at, tied up, Powerless, he raged in fury and fear. He barely recognized the tall and massive silhouettes of his attackers. He said, "Let me talk to you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Wait." But his voice was distorted, interrupted by his uneven breathing. Moreover, this diplomatic attempt was unlikely to achieve anything. It was mainly an instinct, an uncalculated initiative on his part. Gurgling and hacking sounds came back at him. This was very similar to the grunts of a band of pigs. The smell was the same. Stinky, dank odors mixed with urine and other more repugnant and hard-to-define emissions. He was pushed forward by rough hands. He rolled down a slope of debris, was caught by other hands, and carried on a hairy shoulder. At some point, its bearer passed into the diffuse glow of a glade. Julia saw up close a big-lipped profile with drool on its lips, and had just enough time to appreciate the grain of very dirty skin. It was already being led by obscure detours towards an unknown residence. He felt that he was being brought down in the middle. They were always taking him lower, driving him into the heart of the dark cities. He could of course hear his captor's thoughts, but he could only gather very vague indications about their intention. They were impulses, inexact determinations, constantly subject to change. When they attacked him, he had distinctly felt a desire for murder, and was still wondering how he had avoided the worst. Perhaps because his resistance had been ridiculous, and he hadn't had time to heighten the enemy's rage, or perhaps for other reasons. But that was already in the past. In the past that was quickly receding, at the same speed as the surface where all of Julius's hopes lay. For now, he only sinned against the brains that surrounded him by the hunter's satisfaction at the full larder, with a desire to return to the calm rest of home. What home? A troglodyte village or a nomad's camp, holes in the earth or temporary nests balanced on the fork of metal branches. He also sensed that these savages had quite modest food concerns, but he wouldn't have known why. These concerns probably didn't concern him. He didn't perceive in them, for the moment, any latency of cannibalism, to his great relief. Past hands, shot over chasms, thrown across velvet shoulders, he endured countless vertigos and thought 20 times that his last hour had come. Time and again he heard the sound of cascades, or the song of the wind currents whispered in minor key through 1,000 harps and whistles blown by chance in the meanders of Neander. The labyrinth, then his journey seemed to come to an end. He was made to walk. He sensed more presences around him and the sounds of throaty coughs and sniffs, some hoarse or triumphant cries, an unbearable stench amplified by numbers, flickers of light, and a general feeling of victorious exaltation and cruel satisfaction. They pushed him into a corner. He sank on a surface as uncomfortable as a rock pile, and heard metallic noises evoking the sound of locks and security bars from bygone days. Thatcher. He lay for a moment in a doggy position, on hard rises that bruised his hip and entered his cheek. He extended and folded his fingers several times in quick succession to facilitate circulation in his tied hands. Then he managed to flip over and sit up. He stayed for a while with his eyes wide open in the darkness. The Velis didn't seem affected by the darkness. He wished he could enjoy such abilities. He brought his knees against his chest to feel around his belt. With his hands bound, he felt vaguely for something behind his back. His fingers hit a jumble of grenades. He thought he recognized vis, nuts, washers, small hinges, coils, and electrical equipment. He encountered a smoother surface and stroked its sharp contours. He cut himself and recognized shards of glass. He let out a half-whimper, half-moan of hope, and set about carefully sawing through the cords around his wrists. He used the only gloved hand he had left for this purpose. The other glove had slipped off him at some time. and he did not know when. He managed to free himself without causing much harm to himself. He stood up, unaware, and his head struck a beam with a loud noise. Cursing and swaying, he extended his arms in front of him to feel the limits of his prison. When he had recognized 3 walls in succession, he bumped into something and toppled forward. He clutched a large, irregular object. Blood rushed to his head, and his movements became feverish, as he was sure he was holding the core in his hand. As if to add to his good fortune, this was placed on the suitcase. Frenetic, Julius put his hands on his neck and took the key that he carried to a small chain. He opened the suitcase and found various objects by feel. A lamp rolled under his fingers, and he quickly set himself to use it. He lit up the bottom of the suitcase and read quickly this word: "What is happening to you? Hurry and reassure me. I'm sending you, without further consulting you, everything that could help you. I become enraged with concern. Marge." And he found cans in plastic bags, a long rope, 2 tubes to raise, another lamp, medicines and spare parts for the reactor. The suitcase overflowed almost. He also found a notebook and writing utensils. He hurried to answer, talked about his situation by minimizing the facts a bit, and sent back everything he didn't need, including the reactor, too cumbersome for the moment. He ate and drank, took 2 stimulant pills, and, having first satisfied these first necessities, could finally examine the premises more carefully. He was at the bottom of a kind of well with smooth walls, from which one could see the rectangular opening 10 meters higher up. In front of him was a magnetic door, closed by a coarse lock that replaced the absence of electricity. Julius was pretty sure he had been locked in an old elevator cage. Over the ages, debris had separated from the heights and accumulated at the bottom of the well. Julius was walking on several layers of rust and garbage. Then he suddenly realized the miracle that his suitcase represented. Up until then, he had been too exhausted to think about it. But that was a marvel. The only plausible explanation was that the Velas had been following him from the beginning, unaware of it. Otherwise, why would they have established a link between him and his strange baggage? They had seen him hiding his suitcase and reactor, watched his descent, secretly attended all his travels in the depths, and only struck when the situation became favorable. Julius thought they could have just as well tortured him much earlier, while he walked in a somnambulant state, after breathing the fragrance of black flowers. And why had they left his suitcase in his prison? Julius chased these unnecessary concerns. He had not come to this hell for the purpose of gathering the elements of a psychological study on the Velas. It was necessary first to get out of that hole. 2 ways opened before him. The door, which could be easily cut with a tube, or else the ascent by the well. The ascent seemed difficult. Julius took the resolve to bravely go out the door, with a suitcase on his back and a tube in each hand. He thought he would scare off the Velas enough to put them to flight. He started by disinfecting his wounds. He bandaged himself up carefully. He took 2 pills and felt physically well prepared. He attached a lamp to his forehead and picked up a tube. In 2 minutes he had thinned the chamber end where the lock engaged so that he could open the door with a strong push. Then he carefully strapped his suitcase to his back. Before he was done, he felt an attentive stare bearing down on him. He looked up and saw 3 broad eyes twinkling in the light of his lamp. 3 Velas were watching him from above. They were too far away for us to distinguish them accurately. Julius threatened them with his weapon. They didn't move. He took careful aim and fired. As he'd hoped, the purple ray passed between the 3 heads, bending down without taking any victims. But the Velas had vanished. Satisfied, Julius thought that he was starting to scare them a little. He staggered when he received a heavy projectile on his helmet. He almost fell and had to lean against a wall. And yet this projectile had saved his life by making him falter, because already a second object was falling at the place where the young man had been a second ago, a heavy metal cylinder which would have squashed him properly. Julius fired into the air without looking, but more debris continued to fall on him. Something bruised his shoulder, and nearly made him drop one of his weapons. The situation was untenable, as the Velis were hiding behind cover, and the rays hadn't yet been invented to go into corners. Julius gave a big kick in the door and rushed outside, holding both arms. He saw confused silhouettes moving around in a chaotic setting, distorted by the flickering light of his torch, felt his foot slip on something, and tumbled to one side. He somersaulted through an extraordinary void, into a chasm filled with dangers. The extra weight of his suitcase made him feel like he was falling faster. With eyes still full of whirling images and a head filled with incomprehension, he plunged heavily into deep black water. He came up relatively quickly, pulled upwards by his waterproof and empty suitcase. His helmet hit something. He felt his back coming to the surface, but an obstacle kept his face under water. It nearly went out of its mind. It was forced to pass the hand calmly over its neck, and tore off the belt of its torch, which had become caught on a piece of metal at the edge. At the same time, he realized that his hand was empty, so that he must have let go of a tube in his fall. He also remembered that the lamp should have illuminated him. Perhaps it had broken. These thoughts ran through his brain in a flash as he stretched out above the water, an eager mouth for oxygen. Then he had time to light his second lamp, and to comfort himself with the comforting contact of the other tube in his left hand. His head at the level of the water, he looked closely at a broken tin plate covering a mess of bent twigs of unequal thickness. He got the feeling of taking a bath in a tropical pond amidst the submersing roots of the bank. Higher up, a long cable whose vinyl insulation was coming off coiled around a beam like a snake among the branches. It was truly a film-set jungle scenery, a set which the craftsman had not been exactly lacking in talent, but had to make use of metal and plastic exclusively. He climbed out of the water and looked around him. It was still the same bric-a-brac, and he felt distinctly that he could not stay there indefinitely without going mad. He scanned the heights of the rubble that stacked up over his head, and couldn't see where he had possibly fallen without getting a grip on something somewhere. It's true that, after coming out of the water, he wasn't exactly in line with his fall anymore. But this fall had distanced him from the Velis at lightning speed, so he found himself alone again, in about the same situation as he had been a few hours earlier, but one huge difference: with his suitcase. He set off on his journey with renewed morale. Chapter 13. Thanks to the stimulant pills, he could make himself go for several more hours. He finally emerged into the clearing where he had fired a Spatian weapon, not far from the place where the Velis had attacked him. After a difficult journey through the heart of a despairing labyrinth, he advanced with relief on open ground, especially since he knew that he was being followed, spied on all sides, threatened by another ambush. He looked up at the crater from which a little light came, and thought it would be fairly easy to take it as an exit after he had been kicked out of the reactor by Marge. But the opening was very high. Julius had even less inclination to hurry because he sensed a shelter nearby, the large rocket standing in the middle of the open space. He felt a sudden urge to feel safe for the first time in a long while. As it was the first time, he climbed up to the orifice and overlooked the lower bridges, open to all winds. He ventured higher, followed a lateral corridor, and found himself in the bridge of command, from where he had nearly caused a catastrophe. He set down his suitcase and explored the surroundings. As he closed the doors of the corridor, he realized that he could isolate himself in a kind of 4-room apartment, including the control room, the bedroom where he had broken, a screen with his tube and 2 other small rooms. So he closed the 2 exits and let out a sigh of relief by freeing himself from clothes. He wrote a note to reassure Marja and sent it off immediately. Then he lay down on a creaking and decayed bunk, took a somniferous pill to counter the effect of the stimulants, and slept soundly into oblivion. He was awakened long afterwards by an infernal din. He had the feeling that hailstones were falling in abundance on the hull. His first reflex was a deadly anxiety. His navigateur's personality reacted violently to the hail noise on the hull. He had experienced the same emotions during a trip where some space pebbles had pierced the walls of the spaceship. For a short moment, he felt lost. Thought he heard the air hissing through holes, saw a large crew of good friends gasping and dying. Then he remembered where he was. His memory soothed his reason, but did not calm his apprehensions. He took an arm, opened a door, and almost stepped back, and seeing through the grates of iron a shouting mob of filthy people firing bolts at the spaceship with howling screams. They were everywhere. They ran through the scrap heap and swung from beam to beam like squirrels. They swung on the cables like monkeys. They had enormous arms and thin, spindly legs, protruding bellies that were very round on the women, whose breasts were huge and long and grey tinged with hollows in their hearts. Eyes and a swollen forehead and sharp, gaping teeth, and were yellowed by dirty beards, surrounded by lips of violet hue and very open. They grimaced, spat, coughed, sat abruptly to bite their shoulder or armpit, perhaps to get rid of some parasite. But above all, their gaze had something scary about it. Well, albeit due to a simple phenomenon. Their two eyes were not solid and rolled independently in their sockets. They seemed able to look in two different directions at the same time, and the phenomenon was particularly noticeable among the javelin throwers. One of their eyes fixed on the rocket, that is to say, the target, but the other followed the trajectory of the projectile. This resulted in a hallucinogenic sampling of strabisms, more or less divergent. This phenomenon enveloped the crowd in a haze of madness, and all the gesticulations and raucous cries irresistibly evoked epilepsy. All these naked degenerates flailing about in the semi-darkness of a metal forest made for an unnerving spectacle that would be hard to endure without causing unease. Julius shut the door with disgust, and slowly the bangs of bolts seemed to grow further apart. A few thin hairs had perfectly distinguished the outline of Julius and had pointed it out with their fingers. This rapid appearance of their recent prisoner seemed to be enough to calm them for the time being. After about 10 minutes, the primitive bombardment ceased altogether. Julius ate and drank what remained of his supplies from the previous day. Then he asked Margie to send him water for his bath. He hung the plastic outhouse that her distant correspondent had sent half an hour later on a wall, and bathed feet first. At last. Margie had become accustomed to Julius's desires ever since the beginning of the trip. She was able to anticipate them. The young man, therefore, no longer needed to call for one by one the objects of which he was in need. He received, without having asked for them, the towels, soap, and clean clothes that were lacking to him, then some provisions for the 24 hours to come. He had to write another word to get the reactor. Whistling, he spent half an hour putting it together. Then he tied it on his back, slung the suitcase over his chest, and was ready to leave. He opened the door to take a look outside. 3 Velis jumped out. He had time only to close the door and turned the key in the lock. The 3 beasts bellowed furiously as they pounded on the metal. Julius had time to see other groups of primitive slowly climbing to the assault on the old spacecraft. This changed everything his immediate plans. He stayed away from coming out through the other door, supposing with reason that it was as dangerous to him as the first. He went into the control room and lay down on the floor. He grasped the metal stool's foot with one arm and clung to it with all his might. With his other hand, he quickly gave the lever a two-gun he was very familiar with. Outside there was a brief hissing sound, and tons of old spare parts tumbled down from the heights, banging against the hull with the sound of thunder as the device swung dangerously on its tripod. Throughout the building, there was the sound of wild racing and panic, of screams of terror, and of barefoot scrabbling down metal staircases. And Julius congratulated himself on his precautions. The din gave him proof that the rocket was full of besiegers. With gritted teeth, he worked the firing lever several times, in small, careful strokes. And again, he had the impression that the old building trembled under a hail of goods wagons, trucks, and other light objects. When he thought the opponent's rout was complete, he came out through the top door. He ran to the upper hatch and put his head through it. Through a cloud of dust, he could see tons of debris piled up around the giant tripod. The debris thickness had increased by 10 meters. He also saw 2 bloody and motionless bodies of Velis. He shrugged and turned his eyes away. He perched on the edge of the hatch and took flight. He climbed towards the light through the enlarged crater. The ascent seemed long to him. He felt as negligible as a fly climbing a lace pipe in the heart of a giant flea market. He emerged from that ocean of rust and metal, soared over waves of scrap metal frozen for centuries, where here and there slanted pylons seemed like mastheads of lost ships. He flew like an insect in the warm twilight sun. He stationed himself atop a large metal dome, topped with crossbeams. It was likely an old tank. No one could climb up that tin acropolis. He felt safe. He removed the reactor and suitcase and sat on the still warm metal of the sun. He wrote a long letter to Marge, telling her everything and asking for a few small things. From time to time, his gaze wandered over the chaotic and hopeless landscape from which strange noises rose up. Suddenly, there was a spontaneous collapse somewhere in the heart of the rubble. We heard tons of debris roll and saw a twisted mass shake on the horizon line. The noise awakened harmonics everywhere. And suddenly, a nasal voice screamed into the night echoes. "Permits for Adonide, Rodone, and Pelages. Your ship is at Crater No, departure in 1 hour 30. To Pelages, correspondence for the Puro system. I repeat, for missionaries for Adonide." The rest of the sentence was redubbed at an accelerated speed under the effect of a voltage variation. The words crowded in an incomprehensible babble, and suddenly everything stopped on the name Poros, whose last syllable was baroccament, prolonged for a good half-minute before, fading away. The effect of this anachronistic notice in this landscape of death had a resonance, both horrible and ridiculous. Julius burst out laughing, which sounded much like a sob. He sent his letter, wrapped himself in a blanket, and fell asleep with his head on his suitcase. Chapter 14. The following morning, painful vibrations awoke him from his sleep. The sun was already high and scorching the metal. Julius was dripping with sweat. He opened his suitcase and saw that Marge had anticipated his desires, as she often did. He pulled out a large water skin and all the necessaries for his morning ablutions, plus a few items he had asked for the day before. Perched on his metal dome, he undressed and showered without modesty. There could only be Velis watching him lurking in the debris. By the way, were any of them visible? While rubbing his hair with a towel, Julius looked for something alive among the immense and desperate chaos that surrounded him. He didn't see anything. When he had finished his quick toilet, he took the binoculars that Marja had sent him the day before and scanned the countless nooks of the metallic jungle. He was already on site, having made contact with the Velis not exactly in the way he would have chosen. He just had to convince them to bring him the precious metal he so desired. But what for? He needed to study the market. He walked around his acropolis, looking for primitive outlines that he knew well since the previous day, and realized, when he got to the other side, that the Velis side had gathered in a crowd at the foot of the metal dome, but on the side of the shadows. When he restrained himself from a hand on the superstructures to lean towards the ground, a long murmur rose towards him. Some heterogeneous projectiles were launched, but they bounced, out of breath, against the walls of the reservoir and fell back into the crowd. He saw some people climb up each other in a pyramid to scale the metallic fortress. But even so, they had no chance of reaching the too-high summit. Julius observed them long and attentively. Until then he had little time to linger on their contemplation, because he met them in quite unpleasant conditions for him. He finally saw what he had not been able to notice so far: bracelets, pendants, and necklaces made with bolts. Some even used them as rings, which had distorted their fingers. Others ran hair or beard threads through them. A large individual resembling a chief had tied 6 bolts in the hairs of his chest. From a distance he seemed to be wearing an outfit with silver buttons. Julius assumed that the bolts were made of a palladium gold-silver alloy, as they glittered in the sun like new pennies. He roughly calculated that the fortune his visible besiegers must carry was one that left him speechless, even if he allowed for a very wide margin of error. With the binoculars, Julius even distinguished dilated nostrils by foreign bodies. In the hexagonal shape of the nose wings, it was not difficult to guess what they got this result with them, and to say that these hordes of animals had men for ancestors. It was an exhibition, a sampling of painful degenerations. Some wore a third arm, which, skeletal, had grown up for them like a plant under the armpit. Some didn't have hands and waved bone-thin, monodactylous fingers at Julius. He saw from her eyes a 2-headed female. He counted the Velis as carefully as possible, and was surprised to arrive at the figure of 210. He thought he had counted them twice by mistake. He began again and arrived at 193. In any case, it was around 200. He wondered what these monsters could possibly eat. Certainly, there were some patches of dust in the metal reliefs that nourished a few weeds. While gazing at this chaotic desert of rust, one could make out some small green spots, but it seemed very inadequate to support several hundred people, for it was undoubtedly just one tribe. He surmised that these unfortunate creatures fed on long moss from the lower floors, perhaps mushrooms, or even algae and fish, living in the depths of the lake. But for the moment they had been gathered there for long hours, and were content to spin with the shadow of the great dome in order to avoid the searing sun, without either drinking or eating, determined in their idea of hunting this fascinating stranger, with his magic, his lightning, his mysterious flights. Julius had an idea. Despite their animal tenacity, it was inconceivable that the Velis had no thirst, for he was heating up a set of pipes with a suffocating reverberation heat, bearing the smells of rust and old abandoned motors. He ordered several water jugs from Marja, but he had to wait for the delivery for a good half an hour, as Marja had to step out. Then he finally got what he wanted and put the barrels one next to another as they came. He assembled about a dozen at a chosen place. The large tank, in fact, had suffered a shock which had left it with a lump in a way advantageous to Julius's plan. The young man slit the barrels one after another and poured them into a depression in the tin. The water flowed down a ditch that sloped down to the Velis. Halfway down the wall it split into unanticipated deltas and along the edge, but the Velis rushed in to drink with their hands, splashing, licking the sides of the pool, and licking themselves on the Dutch shoulders. Julius was sent food by suitcase. Ignoring the preferences of the Velis, he chose sausages, that is to say, something easy to chew and practical in terms of how he wanted to use it. He sent about a dozen towards the crowd. Many were terrified, but they didn't have time to run away. The food projectiles fell here and there. Most arrived intact, but one of them burst on the forehead of a female. She pushed out a piercing cry as she put her hands to her face, which was oozing viscous meat. Then she licked her fingers. And Julius saw ill what happened next, for she let herself fall seated on the floor and was surrounded by others. No doubt the hog was first wounded, but soon Julius saw the others pick up the sausages with curiosity, smell them, and then bite into them with very expressive expressions of satisfaction. He launched another 20 or so to set the operation in motion that he had been thinking about. Then he put on his helmet and reactor, took his arms, and filled his pockets with the cold cuts ordered in a hurry by the suitcase. Pâté, rillettes, ham, all under plastic wrap. He started up his reactor and slowly descended towards the Velis. After an initial reluctance, they recovered their courage and reached out to him to grab him. He regained some height and turned slowly around the dome. They followed him, emerged from the cone of shadow into which they had retreated. Julius advanced a little faster while staying 3 meters above the ground. What he had hoped for came true. The pursuers spread out in a long line, turning around the dome, the fastest ones gradually gaining on the others. One of the two, a big red-haired boy, took even ahead of the leading pack. He was soon all alone, 30 meters in front of the others. 2 meters from Julius, who saw the bolts bound into braids jump on his hairy breast. Julius reduced the pace in a brutal way and fell down. He had well calculated his shot. Surprised, the Velu passed him by a few steps. Julius flung himself onto his shoulders and knocked him flat. He struck the man's skull with the back of his hand at the base of his neck, grabbed his limp body in his arms, and let the reactor lift him into the air just before the others arrived. He carried his fainting prisoner to his acropolis, removed his decorative bolts, and replaced them with sausages. The effect was extremely comical. Julius laughed heartily. He waited for a moment, and when he saw Velu gradually recovering his senses, he took him by the armpits and went down again. He dropped it halfway down the wall on a metal ledge that he could easily step off of. Let him marvel for a moment at the replacement of the nuts with sausage, gave him a bolt under his nose, then a sausage, and engaged in an entire mimetic performance which he hoped he would understand. The other was still too much in shock from the blow to his neck to show bellicose intentions. When Julius saw him almost normal, he left and returned to his eagle's nest. Then, without paying any more attention to the crowd, he flew around, picked up bundles of metal wire, some beams, and bolts. He ordered some tools from Marja and began to build a kind of machine, combining features of a crane and a scale. A few hours later, he let down towards the Velis a kind of basket at the end of a long pole. The other end of the pole had a counterweight, and the entire ensemble rested on the superstructures of the dome. In the basket he had placed the screws taken from his first victim. He swung the basket over their heads, showing them the contents clearly. Then he took it back to him and replaced the screws with packages of cold cuts. He let the basket down, and they grabbed the food. He repeated this trick several times, and finally presented the empty basket to them. They didn't understand. Julius had to feed and water them for 4 long days before a less ignorant Velu threw some nails into the basket in exchange for food. Now things moved very fast. The Velu was imitated by others, and Julius spent exhausting working days taking carcasses from Argole, bringing them down to the Velis and returning with bars of soap that he immediately sent to Marja. He did this for 2 long weeks. From time to time, he rejected rusty bars as one would reject counterfeit coins. Other tribes came running from everywhere, and the jungle of scrap was buzzing with Velis who chirped and capered like monkeys in the trees. At times Julius would lie down for an hour to rest, and had leisure to wonder how Marja could procure all this chintz without stirring suspicion. But after all, it was her. When he had sent tons and tons of palladium onto Argole, he folded his bags. Before leaving, he cast a piteous look at the crowd around him. Many times before, he had felt pity for them, reproaching himself for stripping them of fabulous riches in exchange for some food. Of course, what would they have done with this wealth? Julius gradually felt a sense of duty towards this multitude of degenerates. He knew he was now immensely rich. He vowed to dedicate part of his fortune to the happiness of those who had given it to him, perhaps to their rehabilitation. This idea exalted him so much that he could not shut his eye during his last night. He was being royally paid by the princes of medicine to fight the tares of the Velis, to counter a disastrous inheritance. The next day, when he took flight, he cried, "I will return without being understood." And the Velis saw this nurturing god rise up into heaven, who had fallen to them just a few weeks earlier. Chapter 15. After a long and arduous journey, Julius reached Signal Fort one rainy evening. He stepped out of the station onto the only main street of town and was about to hail a taxi when he saw himself in the mirror of a shop window across the street at the corner. At first glance, he did not recognize this kind of beggar who had just been shaved, with a tanned face by the sun, with calloused hands from dealing with scrap iron and rough clothes. He decided that he could not present himself to Stella in this state and took a brave decision. He would only see her the next day. He went to the only comfortable hotel in town and, using the advance Marge sent him, took the best room. He had all his things packed except for his suitcase and surrendered himself to the hands of the bath boys, hairdressers, and manicurists. He had clean clothes delivered and finally recognized himself, albeit a bit thinner and very tanned. Despite the late hour, he decorated his room with flowers, brought up works of art and presents, changed the furniture to his liking, stifled under royal tips the complaint. That came from all sides. Thanks to the power of money, he held all the hotel staff on their toes until morning. As a luxurious car waited for him at the entrance, he turned around in the hall for an hour before deciding to drive out to the suburbs when he supposed Stella was ready to follow him. In the car, he gnawed on his brake as he sneaked slowly through the narrow and muddy streets. But in front of Kang's house, he jumped out of his carriage and stormed into the common room. Two heads turned towards him, Kang and Guide Diaz. They looked stunned. Even Kang, who usually had an impassible face. They stared at him as if to see a ghost. "Are you alive?" Diaz breathed. Julius laughed, but he added immediately in a more serious tone, "What does that mean? What's going on with you two?" Kang came out from behind the counter and slowly walked towards Julius while wiping his hands on a towel. "It means that everyone believes you're dead. This is not a joke." Diaz. "I stuttered. I saw your camp ruined by flying monkeys, and your clothes torn and bloody, and your bones. This is not possible. You were mistaken, Diaz. That's all. You saw old clothes that I got rid of and monkey bones eaten by other monkeys touch me. You see that I'm alive, yes? You believe him?" Diaz licked his lips as Kang's embarrassed gaze darted from one man to another. "Of course," said Diaz. "But I wish Stella, she is." "What?" Julius bellowed, charging toward the guide. "Speak then." Kang had trouble holding the young man back. He spoke in a deep voice. "The little one has gone off to search for you." She didn't want to believe in your death. I sent people to find her. They all came back empty-handed, even Diaz. You're saying Stella isn't here? I'm repeating that. She left to look for you, but no one knows where she went. She cried for 8 days, tearing her face with her nails. Yes, I thought I saw her go crazy. She made use of the night to leave us in the lurch by leaving a note. Well, here he is. As he said this, Kang rummaged through his big fingers in the pocket of his shirt and held out a crumpled paper to Julius, who read, "Julius isn't dead. It's not true. I'll go get him. Stella." "And after that?" asked Julius. "We looked for her in vain," said Diaz. "She made a mistake. Got off the train at the first stop instead of going to stop 6. We saw her in the village streets. We saw her in the road that leads to the mountains. She entered the great forest." Julius paled. He breathed. "Was she warned against the tree men? There are a lot of them around here, aren't there? Was she in the Lulu?" We never had the chance to address this issue, but Kang, maybe. Kang slowly shook his bald head. No. Julius clenched his fists. Good, he said. Try to hook me up with as many guides as possible in town and double the rates if there's resistance. Pay the down payment of those who are otherwise engaged. Diaz, buy all the necessary equipment. Cars, reactors, anything you want. Don't worry about the money. He threw a wad of notes on the table and rummaged in his pockets, pulling out diamonds to pile them on top of the bills. He added, I'll handle the money. In quarter of an hour, you'll both have practically unlimited accounts at the central bank. As for me, I'm going ahead. We'll all meet there. Hurry up. He quickly got into the car and jumped in. Diaz ran after him, screaming, Wait, Julius, wait for me. Think of the fruit of the man-trees. Don't eat it, especially. There are other dangers, but above all, do not touch the fruit. You should be waiting for us. But Julius had already made a vague gesture to reassure him, and the car had shot forward. Diaz watched as she disappeared into the winding streets. Julius drove all day and all night, popping pills to stay awake. He entered Terminus in the middle of the second day and stopped in front of the police station, where he walked in as if he owned the place by asking to speak to the chief. Without delay. He was completely unaware of anything or anyone, oblivious to his air of authority which came from his newly found wealth and the cruel preoccupations consuming him. He had a conversation of about half an hour with the chief, inquired about the country's difficulties, would not hear of moderating advice, obtained an escort of 2 men for the first 2 days of search. By that time, my friends will have arrived, he said to the chief. You will be kind enough to let them know that I began by going west along the ridges, and it dragged the 2 men who were at his disposal. Chapter 16, 48 hours later. The 2 men left with relief, he noticed. He had made them run an infernal pace. He saw them descend the hill between the branches, dusty and bearded, with twigs and pollen in their hair, spots on their uniforms. He turned his head and scanned the shadows of the bushes. Around him it was dead silent, broken only at times by the caress of a leafy branch against another. The trunks rose up around him like the columns of a temple. And the atmosphere was heavy, fragrant, scented with resin, sweet sap, and a mixture of extraordinary perfumes. He reached out his hands before him to push aside the leaves. He passed between 2 red bushes, bent under a drape of golden leaves, dived into the tall grass of a clearing, where his steps made a sound like crumpled silk. His face hit a bunch hanging like an offering at the height of his mouth. Again one. Julius sighed. He does this on purpose. He ripped the vine and the bunch at his feet. Another branch swayed and offered him another bunch. You have a good head on your shoulders, old man, Julius said as he pushed the branch out of the way with a sweep of his arm to get past. But he stopped short, attentive, listening to a faint voice that suddenly came to him telepathically. Eat a fruit, eat and eat. Julius felt anger welling up inside him. This was proof of the guilt of the trees. Up until then, he had thought that they obeyed some sort of vegetative automatism by offering their bunches. But what he was seeing here was most certainly a suggestive sentence, a conscious phrase. This tree wasn't just something, it was someone. Julius broke the branch in a fit of rage. No, oh no, he understood. Why are you doing this? You're offering me your fruits on purpose, he replied. Very conscious malice. I hear you. I'm telepathic. You don't understand, man. This is not malicious of my part. Myself. I was a man before becoming a tree. I ate a fruit. The seed germinated inside me. I ate it on purpose because I was sad and thought that way I would be giving myself to some sort of suicide. I didn't know it was a resurrection. The seed sprouted. The plant grew. It sent its roots down my legs. Its branches slowly penetrated my anatomy without taking my life away from me. I became a tree. My grief has passed, and for 200 years I have lived an ecstatic and wonderful life. Be quiet. I saw that you too were sad, so I offered you a fruit. In you I see, man, forget this girl and take a happiness fruit. Be quiet, Julius shouted, as he walked away with a great noise of broken branches. But he stumbled over a root and fell on his stomach, and the tree-wordy voice of the tree continued to invade his brain. I offer you happiness, man. It is good to be a tree. Trust me. Shut up, Julius repeated. Your fruit repulses me. I don't care about your ecstatic life or your 200 years. You disgust me like a druggie. He emerged into a clearing that ended in a beach by a small lake. He was panting and drank long draughts of water from the stream. Then he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and turned his head. Behind him, halfway between the forest and the beach, stood a young tree that he had gone past without noticing. He felt confused thoughts coming to him, but a very strong seduction urged from the young tree, which was swaying small clusters slowly. This clumsy call put Julius's heart to anger. He thought that Stella must have resisted 1,000 of such temptations in her crazy team across the forest. The shrub seemed perverse and dangerous to him. He leaped and pounced on him, took the trunk by the arms and began to bend it toward himself, but he stopped abruptly, eyeing the sapphire sparkling at the end of a branch. He released his grip and looked closely. That was indeed the ring he had given Stella. Stella must have come this way too. But why had she hung her ring on that branch? The branch had gradually grown larger. It had swelled on either side of the ring that choked it. It was beginning to overflow the metal and reform behind it. A little longer, and the jewel would be invisible, drowned in the heart of the wood. And while a bumbling voice like a baby's reached Julius, the truth struck him like lightning. The voice whispered, You, my love, can't think very clearly. Is it a dream? You finally... Nothing is missing anymore. Total happiness. Stay. Stay. You can't know. Stella! Julius breathed as he kissed the smooth trunk that had been the woman's body. Why didn't you resist? Why, Stella, why? And so saying, he wet the bark with his tears. Desperate. I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Don't cry, if only you knew. Bliss, ineffable bliss. Stay. Stay, yes. Oh, I'm staying. I'm staying, Julius said firmly. He took a bunch that was hanging above his head and carefully untied it. Yes, oh yes, yes, that's it. He swallowed a fruit, then 2, then 3, making sure not to crush the seeds between his teeth. Then he sat down at the base of the tree. He then realized that this place dominated the valleys. The little lake regularly spilled further on down a cascade, which leaped 30 meters lower in a beautiful curve above the rocks. Farther on, and to the horizon, vegetation spread its splendor as a brightly colored blanket over the hills. Too distant or too deep, the valleys themselves remained invisible. This secluded spot seemed like a cloister set in the peace of the forest. A happy, almost mystical air prevailed there, and Julius felt pure joy welling up within him. Why run through worlds and seek happiness that only existed in quiet contemplation and immobility? And the tree confirmed the young man in this path. You will see. Peace of the plants. Delights. Delights he no longer lacked. To hold my hand, in ineffable happiness. When Diaz and his team found Julius, they didn't recognize him right away. The young man had become very thin, and his skin had turned green. Strange filaments had grown from under his toenails and fingernails, and he walked slowly towards them, making vague gestures and yelling in a soft voice, "Go away, men. I am not yours anymore." Diaz begged him to let himself be led down into the valley so that a doctor could take care of him. Julius didn't want to know anything about it, insisted on saying that he was going to be very happy, and rudely advised them to do as he did or leave. What they eventually ended up doing, and the young man was left alone with Stella to prepare for his new life. For the first while, he felt a drowsy lassitude gradually envelop him. Then an inexorable and instinctive urge to submerge his feet in the wet sand of the beach manifested itself, along with a loss of appetite. The seeds couldn't grow normally in the earth. They needed to sprout at a certain temperature and in the acidic environment of the stomach. There, they gradually pushed their cotyledons and radicals in all directions, becoming small plants that fed on the body that housed them. And when two seedlings met, they merged into one. Little by little, without violence, a symbiotic relationship was established between the animal and the plant. The plant extension, slipped with tact between human cells, progressed, gradually invaded all the organism without violently violating its functions, but by overlaying it. Then, with careful slowness, replacing them. Thus the lungs gradually became encumbered with foliage and the intestines of roots, which afterwards descended along the lower limbs, softening the bones as they passed through them and replacing them with muscular tissue. One day Julius considered his parched hands, hollowed out by their substance, his arms covered with leaves. He must lean forward as much as possible towards a dim vision. His myopia gradually led him to blindness, which he took indifferently in view of the satisfaction he got from his long contemplative's idleness and more secret and refined pleasures, such as the slow flow of sap that rose in his legs when he dipped his feet in water. And when he felt that he could barely walk, with his joints swelled by the fibrous tissues, he made several awkward trips carrying water in his hands to soften the ground. Then he voluntarily stood 10 centimeters from the young tree and leaned on it while waiting for its complete vegetation. And a few months later the two trees no longer formed just one, held together by an affection more than human, and the course of their tangled thoughts was no more than a long poem.